We will have cars on the track in about 10 minutes here on this overcast Friday, but the weather is supposed to hold. And welcome to all that are on hand here for historic Festival 43 at the beautiful Lime Rock Park. Have a full day here Friday, another full day on Saturday. Lots of very important and beautiful race cars. Was just down in the paddock with the Ragtime Racers. Please feel free to come by and have a close look at those cars. Down near turn 1 is the Del Monte Racing Group. Many of the cars that raced the Pebble Beach street races back in the day. Have a look at those as well as all the other beautiful cars here this weekend at Lime Rock. Welcome to all. Again, we'll have our first on-track session at the top of the hour. So the first group of the day will be the mid-century GT and sports cars under 2 liter. That's our first group of the day, and they will be out here at the top of the hour, as I mentioned. 20-minute sessions all today for practice. Each group will have 2 on-track sessions today. We have 9 different groups on hand here this weekend. Everything from Formula Juniors to Warrior cars, the Del Monte Trophy cars. Group 4 is the Formula Fords, Kastner Cup, which is all Triumphs, and on down the list. While we have a moment, just like to thank our Historic Festival 43 partners that help make this the Historic Festival weekend come to fruition. Chevrolet, as well as Hemmings, Nuance Health, Neft Vodka, ACI Dynamic, Averti Storage Solutions, and B-Works, among the many sponsors of the weekend. Also want to mention that the official watch partner for Historic Festival 43 is Autodromo, founded by local historic racer and car enthusiast Bradley Price. Check out Autodromo, which offers a full line of automotive watches and motoring apparel inspired by the golden age of motorsport. Featured here this weekend at Lime Rock Park. So cars are on track for Group 1.
44, you're right.
And we have 44 entries. This is one of the bigger groups. Could be the biggest group of the weekend, actually. Once we get things underway, the cars come up to speed here at sitting high above the Sam Posey Strait and the Skip Barber Tower. 1.5 miles of Lime Rock Park. Of course, those that are in the infield, on the hill there, that'll fill in as the weekend goes on. Above the left-hander, which is at turn number 3, and the other various great vantage points here at Lime Rock Park. So the car heading down into turn number 1, that's Andrew Moore of Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. It's a 1965 MG B Roadster, one of the competitors here this weekend. At the start-finish line, the bright yellow is the 62 car, Palma from New York City. That's a 1984 sports Renault. The 48 is Stu 4 from Warwick, Rhode Island, and that's a 1958 Turner 950S. Smallest displacement of an engine in that car of under 1 liter. Though we have everything from MGs in this class to Lotus. Austin Healey is represented. Porsche, of course. Fiat, Turner. The 82 is a Janetta G4, and that's Michael Orrit of Lusby, Maryland. We have 2 Bobsies in this. The 13 car, which is Mike Conklin of Salisbury, Maryland. It's a 65 Bosby Vanguard. And the other Bosby is the 88, which is Ralph Solomon, Katona, New York, and that is a 62 Bosby SR2. Big pack heading down into turn number 1 here underneath the Chevrolet Bridge on the Sam Posey Straight. A gaggle of no less than 25 cars heading through turn number 1. It'll be action, action, action here at Lime Rock Park in this group. Oh, look at the car number 126 is fastest on the racetrack. That's John Einhorn of New Haven, Connecticut in a 64 Austin Healey 3000. Of course, on this weekend, so many of these drivers are here. Yes, it's a competition. On the other hand, it's a time to showcase each one of the vehicles. For many of them, it's another weekend out to get with their friends and fellow competitors and to showcase each one of the marks that are here on hand here this weekend. So the 7 now, Paul Stinson of Center Hall, Pennsylvania. And Stinson is in his Lotus Super 7. And that car just turning a time of 1 minute 13.541. Second quick is Ralph Salmon. And Solomon, who is in the 88 car, he's in that 62 Bosby SR2. Third quickest is the 69, and that's Ed Boynan of Concord, Mass. In a 57 Alfa Romeo. So the 69 is Briagen. And then John Einhorn in the 126 and the 256 of Roger Casson. Again, we have a field of 44 in this first group of the day with about 12 minutes left in the session. First group on track for Historic Festival 43 here at Lime Rock Park. Welcome to one and all for being part of it on this Friday. Just to correct myself, the 50 of Andrew Moore is quickest in the 1965 MGB Roadster. A time of 110.675 in that MG. That's Andrew Moore. About 11 minutes remaining in this 20-minute practice session. Group number 1 of the weekend. So the Grand Marshal for this weekend is Rob Dyson, and behind the Skip Barber Tower, there's a fine display of historic vehicles, particularly vintage Indy cars, that are part of Rob's collection. Certainly invite everyone to come by and take a look at the 962 Porsche that won the last Riverside 6 Hour with Drake Olson and Rob Dyson. That's one of them, as well as David Hobbs's 1973 Black 1973 Black Carling McLaren. And David Hobbs on hand here this weekend. Hobbs is the guest of honor here at Lime Rock Historic Festival 43. Well, David will be around. Rob, of course, is our Grand Marshal for the weekend. Saw Dorsey Schrader in the paddock earlier today. Gordon Kirby's going to be on hand here as well. And Gordon, longtime writer for several different publications. Used to cover the IndyCar Series kart back in the day quite extensively. And he has a new book out, the Lime Rock Park 60 Years, that he put together with the queen of timing and scoring, among other things, Judy Stropus. And look forward to seeing Judy this weekend as well. They'll have book signings and autograph sessions. We'll have that at various times on Saturday and Sunday, I believe. Again, with all these fantastic historic and vintage cars in the paddock, please take the time and walk around, have a chat with the people under the tents. Again, the two feature groups here this weekend are I guess you could say featured, are the Ragtime Racers display, which is right behind Dyson's display in the first row of the paddock, as well as the Del Monte Race Group. And this is the first time ever that the Del Monte Trophy Race Group, which is a fleet of historic cars that once raced the legendary public road circuit on the Monterey Peninsula. And they're here for the first time. It's a coast-to-coast celebration of American motorsport, and they'll be in that group later on today. The original Del Monte Trophy races ran from 1950 to 56. Anyway, they are, and their paddock is more down toward turn number 1. We'll have a look down at those cars as well. So checkers out on this session, the 05 of Craig Chima in a Lotus Super 7, that alloy gray one. He's quickest at a 102.567, so getting down to it. Chima with that 102.567, the 05, second quick, the 35 of Peter Krause. And Peter in the 1974 Fiat X19. Third fastest, Ralph Solomon in his 62 Bosby SR2. He did a 106.143. Dave Nicholas just turned his quickest lap in the number 76 right at the end of the session. And Nicholas from Palm Desert, California, and he's 1960 MGA. And rounding out the top 5, the 256, car 256 of Roger Casson, and that's a 1956 Alfa Romeo. And his time was a 106.321. So that wraps up the first on-track practice session of the day, group number 1. Coming up next will be group number 2. And group number 2 will be the Jim Haynes Memorial for Formula Racers group. And they will be out at approximately 10, about 5 minutes or so for their 20-minute session, first practice session of the day for group number 2, the Formula Juniors. That's why we have a moment. Just want to thank a few more of our sponsors of the event, the Connecticut Business Systems, which is a Xerox company. Call before you dig. Always do that. Don't just throw a shovel in the ground if you're not knowing what's underneath it, so to speak.
I'm sorry, Rick, I didn't tell you. Okay, they got the tilt bit, so I guess it's.
So we've got a car off in the downhill. Looks like he don't have an ID on the car number as of yet. And the emergency vehicles are down there to get things sorted out.
Trying to make sure they get.
So while that cleanup continues in the downhill, I want to thank a few other of our sponsors, Visit Connecticut, as well as Country Carpenters, Club Cadet, Delamar Hotels, DTLC Equipment and Trailers as well. So we believe that it's the 76 car. It's off in the downhill, the exit of the downhill, Lotus 7 of David Nicholas, 1960. 1960 MGA. Dave's out of the car, but that's what happened down there in the downhill. So that's being cleaned up. The driver is out of the car. So we're on a bit of a hold at the moment while the fine folks at Lime Rock Park and the safety crew, etc., attends to things in the downhill. FCP Euro is the official Autoport supplier of Lime Rock Park. Has offered genuine OE, OEM, and aftermarket parts for European vehicles since 2001. But did you know they offer more than that? Head over to fcpeuro.com to find buyer's guides, DIYs, chassis breakdowns, and more to help you keep your European ride running right. That's FCP Euro. So we got a correction. I believe it was the 7 and the 76 that were both off in the downhill. The Lotus Super 7 of Paul Stinson and Dave Nicholas in the 76, 1960 MGA. And that car
Front end is really bad.
was probably done for the weekend, as
Oh, yeah.
that car ended up on its side, but the drivers were taken and A-OK.
Yeah.
Drivers are both A-OK, is our understanding. So now a little bit of tire barrier reconstruction be going on down in the downhill, and then we'll be ready for our second on-track practice session of the day, group number 2. So looks like we have everything sorted out in the downhill. The emergency vehicles have left the scene there. And coming up next will be the Jim Haynes Memorial for Formula Juniors practice session. Jim Haynes, longtime Lime Rock promoter and 1963 SCCA Formula Junior national champion. So this Formula Junior group, the number 2 will be Thomas Grudovich of West Palm Beach, Florida, 1960 Elva 200F. The 3 will be Dominic Halaskiko of Greenwich, Connecticut, 1961 Ram Formula Junior. The 4 will be Robert Homke of Abilene, Texas, in his 62 Cooper T59. Number 8 is Rob Mirabel of Bluebell, Pennsylvania, 1963 Brabham BT6. Art Herbert is in the 62 Cooper, which is also numbered 8 at the moment anyway. The 9 is Dave Hagan. He's number 9 car is a 62 Lotus 22. Kyle Collins will be in the 18 car, Redondo Beach, California, 1960 Lotus 18F. The 23, Mark Emmerich a 1959 BMC Huffaker Formula Junior Mark 1. Just want to run through the field here so as the cars get on track, you're able to ID each one of these Formula Juniors in group number 2 practice session. Matt Schifferle is in a 1962 Cooper, as well as a 62 Cooper of John Goodman, both number 24 on our entry list. Joe Klasko of Greenwich, Connecticut, a 62 Canginelli Delfino. 33 is Mitch Luttrell of San Francisco, California, 61 Lotus 20. 53 is Tom O'Grady in his 62 Cooper T59. Peter Hartstein of Angel Fire, New Mexico, 62 Lotus 22. 60 is Bruce Revenaugh, Horseshoe Bay, Texas. His 1960 Lotus. As the session is now green and underway. This practice session, they'll do qualifying this afternoon for each one of the 9 groups we have here for Historic Festival 43. Peter Hartstein's in the 54. That's a 62 Lotus 22. The 60 is Bruce Revenaugh in a 1960 Lotus 18. Hunter Nigel Russell's in the 147. He's from Auckland, New Zealand. Long way to tow, he says tongue-in-cheek. Hunter Nigel Russell, Auckland, New Zealand, 1960 BMC Huffaker Mark 1. Peter Patterson of Pittsburgh, he's in the 1959 Lotus 18, as well as a 216 of Mark Curry. He's in the 1960 Lotus 18. The 254 is Joshua Mitchell of New Milford, Connecticut, 1960 Lotus 18. Another Lotus 18 is the car of Nick Gruel of Sanborn, New Hampshire. The 576 is Whit Smith of Washington, Connecticut, in 1959 Stangelini Formula Junior. Spencer Patterson's in the 577 in a 1959 Lotus, and rounding out our field of Formula Juniors in group number 2 is the 612 of Joe Fuller, and Fuller is in the 1960 Lotus 18. So the number 60 of Bruce Revenaugh, the 1960 Lotus 18, was originally raced by Lime Rock favorite Fred Stevenson back in the day. For those that are longtime aficionados of Lime Rock Park, Fred Stevenson used to race that 1960. So we mentioned the Dominic Colasaco and his father Joe Colasaco. He raced at the famed Goodwood Festival in his Formula here back in the day. So practice session underway here for Group 2, the Formula Juniors here in Historic Festival 43. Welcome to Lime Rock Park. of action underneath the Chevrolet Bridge in turn number 1, a pack of about 8 cars, quickest in the session. Currently is the 4 car of Robert Omke of Abilene, Texas, and his 62 Cooper T59. And him turning a lap of 103.028. Second quick, Joshua Mitchell with a 104.365. Mitchell in the 254, and that's a 1960 Lotus. And third quickest is Joe Colasaco, 106.067. Joe's in the 30 car, as we mentioned, 62 Stangelini Delfino. Mentioned that Joe's raced at the Goodwood Festival. So fine field of Formula Juniors has all kinds of fun going into turn number 1 this time. So we're about 9 minutes into this 20-minute practice session. Formula Junior, we have, I believe, 18 cars have taken times at the moment. The 4 of Homke is still quickest with a 102.896. Joe Colasaco, and then Dominic Colasaco, second and third. Art Herbert in the 8 is fourth fastest now, and then Kyle Collins. But this quick lap, Damon Homke is really 1:01.158. The quickest of the session, and then Joe Colasaco, followed by his son Dominic Colasaco, and they're running in 103.2 range. Halfway through the session, group number 2 here at Lime Rock. So we've got a wide range of times here, from Art Hebert's time, which is fourth quickest, of a 103.4, to Mark Curry, which is in the 216, 106.095. But a clean session thus far. That's always positive. Again, these racers enjoying the crisp, cool weather here at Lime Rock Park today. Weather's supposed to be great for the balance of the weekend, so invite your friends and family and bring them out for the balance of the weekend. Or tomorrow, race day, as well as for the Concours on Sunday, and more racing action on Monday of Historic Festival 43. So the checkers are out on practice for group number 2, the Jim Haynes Memorial for Formula Juniors. And the quick car of the session, Joe Colasaco, with a 1:06.68. Kyle Collins in the 18. And then Robert Homke, followed by Art Hebert and Dominic Colasaco. The top 5. Just want to remind everyone to go to limerockpark.com for the streaming of this weekend's festivities. And with that, a special hello to our worldwide audience joining us for our live stream broadcast, so contact if your friends and family can't make it out to Lime Rock this weekend, if they're stuck in Tahiti or at the top of Mount Kilimanjaro or something like that, then they can still take in the festivities here at Lime Rock Park through the Lime stream at limerockpark.com. So Group 2 is in the books for their practice session. Coming up next will be Group number 3, the War Era cars, featuring the Del Monte Trophy cars. This will be another 20-minute practice session. Before this next session gets underway, here's a little background on the Del Monte group. Is that some of the Del Monte Trophy cars making the trip from California to the East Coast to race here at the historic Festival 43 include a 1950 Allard, a 1953 Sorrel Curtis GMC Special, among some other cars. Also at 11:45 this morning, as well as 4:15 p.m. this afternoon, feel free to meet the drivers in the paddock for the Del Monte Trophy race group. Have an up-close look and a chat with the drivers of these cars in their paddock. Down near turn number 1 is where these fine folks are. The Del Monte race group bringing sports cars from the era of the Pebble Beach road races from 1950 to 1956. After the war, after World War II, that is, got straight into manufacturing cars, Allards and Alfa Romeos, Aston Martins, Austin Healey's, etc., Ferraris, Jaguar, Mercedes, MG Morgan, Porsche Triumph. And because of that, the Americans loved seeing these cars, and they imported lots of them and went racing. Phil Hill, former Formula One world champion Phil Hill, actually whose son Derek Hill raced here in the Barber Dodge Pro Series back in 1998. Sorry, 1997 is when Derek was here. Anyway, Phil won the first Pebble Beach road race in 1950 in his Jaguar XK120. They raced through the Monterey Peninsula area. Not just Pebble Beach, but also near Del Mar and on air bases like Torrey Pines and Stockton, Madera, and Santa Barbara out west. There was even racing through San Francisco's iconic Golden Gate Bark back in the day, but at Pebble Beach, the Unlimited cars competed for the treasured Del Monte Trophy. And
which is still awarded every year to the most successful race season by a car of its type, which raced at or could have raced at Pebble Beach. So we want to welcome the Del Monte Trophy Race Group cars, which raced through the pines at Pebble Beach. And for those that have been to the Monterey Peninsula and on the 17-mile drive, etc., that it's a gorgeous part of the world. And to think that cars flying through between the pines at race speed, mamma mia. So we're men. It was a great time. Also, 1948, of course, you had the races on the streets of Watkins Glen, etc. But here at Lime Rock Park, we welcome the Del Monte Trophy Race Group for the first time. We have a Cars On course for this 20-minute practice session. The War Area cars featuring the Del Monte Trophy cars, as we mentioned. So the number one is Ben Bragg, the fourth, and that's a 1935 Old Gray Mare Special. The number two is Sandy Leith, 1931 Bugatti Type 37 Special. The number three is John Buttenbaum, my apologies, from Seaside, California, 1949 Jaguar Parkinson Special. The 9 is Ryan Turry. He's from Carmel Valley, California. 1953 Curtis 500S Dodge. The 10 is Douglas Fisher of Wakefield, Rhode Island. A 1932 Ford K8 Windy City Special. The 93 is John Oliva of New London, Connecticut. 1959 Jabro Crosley. Lou Tomalot from Falls Village, Connecticut, just up the road, and 1959 Watson Indy Roadster. That's car number 12 from Tomalot. The 14 is Robert S. Davis, 1953 Seata 208S. Ed Metalman is in the 1959 Alfa Romeo. The 22 is Derek Drinkwater of Chiddingford in the United Kingdom. He's a 1950 Cadillac. Of course, that's the 61 La Monstra replica car that is here, as unique as a race car can be. You see that one out? That's the number 19, I should say. I'm sorry, number 22. The 28 is Utamalot. The 31 is Luca Akazeslu of Lamy, New Mexico, a 1928 Bugatti 37A. Luster Nidell is in the 1933 Plymouth Speedster. The 38 is Thomas Walco. That's a 65 NSU Prince. The 41 is Peter Greenfield, a 1933 Alfa Romeo Monza. Johnny Moe Jr. is in a 1950 Allard K2, that's number 63. 65 is Jim Buck, and that is a 1961 Load 7. 74 is Santos Spirito, a 1953 PBX H Mod. Richard Campbell is in the 91, that's a 1959 Lloyd Crosley. 11 is Rob Manson, MGTD Van Neumann Special. The 133 is James Adler. That's a 1952 Jaguar XK120. Another XK120 Jaguar is the 183 of Lars Mapstead. Kurt Barnes is in the 283, which is a 51 MGTD. The 302 is Thomas McCormick. 1948 Lester MG. The 482 was Edward Callow, a 1947 MGTC. Richard Sherman is in the 607, which is a 53 MGTD. Richard Odgers is in a 57 Morgan 4, that's car 659. The 746 is W. Chris Towner, a 1938 Morgan F-type trike. 757 is Graham Scheip, and that is a 53 MGTD. 814 is Kevin Adair, a 1955 Elva Mark I. Frank Valderetti is in the 1951 MGTD. As we have a black flag, and so all cars are coming to pit road. So we've got a car pulled off in the above the drive-over bridge, which is the reason for the stoppage. Car just needs to be moved into a safer location. So that's the reason for the black flag here at start finish. And all cars are on pit road. Just to run out the balance of the field. 928 is Frank Elingeri, and that is a 51 MGTD. Marcus Bicknell, who's from the United Kingdom, and Manning Streets Special 1952. And rounding out the field, the X15 is John Moat, and that's a 1955 Curtis Sorrel Curtis Special. So getting close to being able to go back to green flag conditions once the disabled car is moved into a safe location. So we have a green flag, so cars released back out onto the race course. Looks like it's a Lotus that is the first one out. Then it's the 22, a Monstra Cadillac. So the car that was disabled was the car number 10 of Douglas Fisher, the 1932 Ford K8 Windy City Special. So that car being towed back to the paddock, and we're back under green flag conditions. So the number 1 of Ben Bragg, this 1935 Old Gray Mare Special, it's actually powered by a Ford Flathead V8. And the 15C of Marcus Bicknell, 52 Manning Street Special. That car was actually built in Scotticoke, New York, just outside of Albany by Wally Chapman. Did the restoration on that car. Our good friend Greg Rick sending me information as he has a conflict this weekend, unable to be with us, but he's active on his text to us here in the town. We appreciate the info and miss you being here this weekend. Greg, the longtime voice of Lime Rock Park. The Santos Spadero, his PBX, which is well known in New England, here raced by Candy Pole. Let's get some times and see how these cars compare to what we've had for this group. I guess you could say one of the most bizarre and beloved cars in motorsports history. It's not the original, but it's hard-pressed to tell the difference. It's a painstaking replica of the monster. Was a passion project of English enthusiast Derek Drinkwater, a man captivated by the original so much that he built his own, and he built it in 5 months, he says, day and night without much sleep. The original car roared in the public eye in the 1950 24 Hours of Le Mans, where it placed 11th overall. Its outlandish appearance, I guess somewhere you could say between a bar of soap and a science experiment, earned it the nickname from the French spectators for the 24-hour classic at Le Mans. Its design was all part of a audacious plan by Briggs Cunningham back in the day, in a vision to take American horsepower to Europe for the grueling Le Mans 24, and with an association with Cadillac, he enlisted engineers from the Grumman Aircraft on Long Island to craft the aluminum body to fit a stock Cadillac chassis, which will then reduce the weight and slice through the air more efficiently. Had 5 carburetors feeding the V8 engine in this car. And it sure is a unique one on the racetrack here in group number 3. So the 147 under Nigel Russell is actually in this group, and he's from Auckland, New Zealand. That's a 1960 BMC Huffaker Mark 1 front engine Formula Junior car. So you'll see that car out. He's unable to turn a lap in the earlier session, so he's running with cars in this one. Just want to be fair to everyone as much as possible to get them out on the racetrack, and he's here at the start-finish line, that blue and yellow number 47 going underneath the Chevrolet bridge. Here on the Sam Posey Straight. Well, they head into Big Bend and then in front of the fans up in the infield hill at the left-hander down to right-hander, which leads onto the Paul Newman Straight. Quick up-till corner to the run to West Bend and then back downhill under the bridge and back to the start-finish line where checkers are out on this session. Checkers are out on the session of group number 3 featuring the Demonic Race Group. As part of the festivities here, we're happy that they're here. The 928 of Frank Filingeri, and that 928, which is a 1951 MGTD, turning a 111.871, Brian Turry in the 9C. And Turry in his Curtis, 1953 Curtis 500S Dodge power plant. And the third quickest car was the 183 of Lars Mapstead. And Mapstead in the 1952 Jaguar, the black 52 Jaguar XK120. So that completes practice for group number 3. And coming up next on track will be group 4, which is Wings and Slicks. Formula Fords. You're going to see a Formula 1 car out there from 1989. Formula V's are going to be a Mazda. This should be a very quick group. Certainly a very diverse group. If you have a chance, go back and take a look at that 22 car. It's going back to the paddock now, the Cadillac La Monstra. But again, coming up next will be group number 4. Practice for group number 4. This is the Wings and Slicks group.
Coming up next, group number 4. Leading off car 0, that's Tim Hannon from Connecticut, New York, with a blue 1979 Crossley 35F. Chris Fayan up next, Reading Center, Connecticut, car number 1, a black Van Diemen Formula Ford 2000. Bob Mittman, car number 2, he's from Stratford, Connecticut, a blue Lola T596 Sports 2000 car. Next up, Matthew Christ from Colorado Springs, Colorado, car number 3, blue 1972 GRD 372 Formula Ford. Gary Rutherford from Groton, Massachusetts, in a red 1981 Van Diemen RF81 Formula Ford. Then Joe Riolo from Woodbury, Connecticut, blue, white, and red 1973 Lola T330 Formula 5000 car. John Hearn from New Bern, North Carolina, car number 7. It's a red 1977 Hawk Formula Ford, a DL17. Stephen Dorr from Clinton Corners, New York, in car number 8D, a yellow and silver 1969 Lexus Mark 15 Formula Ford. Kyle Collins from Redondo Beach, California, car number 8, red 1972 Chevron B21. Glenn Taylor comes off next from Shelton, Connecticut. In car number 10, it's a green 1971 Ensign LNF3 Formula Ford. Behind him, veteran Frank Del Vecchio from Trumbull, Connecticut, in car number 13. The 13th Valley Camouflage, number 1981 Van Diemen RF81. Ben Sinnott from New York City, New York. In the number 22, a red 1989 Dallara Scuderia Italia Formula One car. 3.5 liters. Dominic Intentalupo from Oldwick, New Jersey, car number 27, a red and yellow 1973 Chevron B23. Then Joe Blacker from Ellicott City, Maryland, in number 29, orange 1999 Lola T290. Randy Domick from Indianapolis, Indiana, car number 29, a blue 1984 Swift DB1 Formula Ford. Chris Vasquez from New Bern, North Carolina, car number 32, red 1978 Crosley 32F Formula Ford. Kurt Uzbe from Woodbury, New York, car number 42, the red 1969 Chevron B16. Steve Beeler from Holland, Michigan, car number 50, red, white, and blue 1979 Lola T540 Formula Ford. Tom Kane from Forest, Virginia, car number 51, red and white, number 1983 Tyga SC83. Todd Sharon, Stratford, Connecticut, car number 52, blue and silver 1989 Mazda, Formula Mazda 1600. Dave Handy from Blanche, North Carolina, car number 52, a blue 1980 Ralt RT2 Can-Am car. Mitch Itel, New York City, car number 62, blue 1975 Chevron B31. Then Dave Bauman from Louisville, Kentucky, car number 66, black 1987 Swift DB2. Gordon Mendenica in the Ski Rule, car number 69, a green March 75B. Then Matt Shefferly from Yountville, California, car number 77, white and red, number 1971 Lola T212. David Porter from Darien, Connecticut, car number 205, a gold 1975 Toge SC205 sports racer, 2-liter. Peter Greenfield from Freeport, New York, car number 411, blue and green 1982 Ralt RT4. Josh Lewis from Westport, Connecticut, car number 812, gray 1985 Lola T598. And rounding on our field, Tony Antonucci from Riverside, Connecticut, in car number 937, a red 1998 Mazda, Formula Mazda. And that rounds out the field for group number 4.
So we're seeing some quick time set now. So we've got a black flag here at the start finish line. Well, we've got emergency vehicles B. The right-hander at station 4 heading onto the Paul Newman Straight. So
Yeah, waving yellow, they're trying to bring them down to a stop.
we have we've got a stoppage here again. So all cars will be brought to pit road under this black flag. Incident over in the right-hander at station 4, turn number 4, that leads onto the Paul Newman straightaway. So we understand there's a 3-car incident in turn number 4, 52 being one of them, we believe, which is the
Go ahead and repeat that. We double.
So the 3 cars involved, first of all 3 drivers are out of their cars, we understand from the corner net. John Hearn in the number 7, the red 77 Hawk, as well as the 41 of Clinton Chester, a 2007 Downing Atlanta Peach Day Formula V, and the 52 of Todd Sharon and his 89 Mazda. So those 3 are the cars involved in the incident at turn number 4. Cleanup continues in that part of the racetrack. While we have a moment, I want to welcome and thank more partners that made possible Historic Festival 43, including Elise Harney Real Estate, the Falls Village Inn, Ferrari of Greenwich, FCP Euro, Foolproof Brewing Company, Jeff's Equipment Services, as well as Haggerty, Hummel Brothers, Hustler, the Interlaken, and Liquid Molly. Thank you one and all for your support. Checkered flag out on group number 4. Deviated because of a 3-car incident in the right-hander. All drivers out and okay. And quickest in that session being the, let's see where the Ferrari, where the Scuderia car was. Actually not the quickest. Chris Fahan in the 39 being the quick car of the session. The number 1, Chris Fahan, 2000 Van Diemen, RF 2000. It was great to see the Formula 5000 car that was out there, the chevrons that are always quick in this session, of a real diverse field. In group number 4, the 22 car, of course, the Ben Sinnott 89 Dallara Scuderia Italia Formula 1 car. I believe that's a Ford Cosworth engine in that. Andre De Cesaris was one of the drivers that drove that car back in the F1 days in 89. Fahan quickest in the 39, then David Porter in the 205. 75 OSSE 205, and then Josh Lewis in the 812. That being a 1985 Lola T598. So a good session, although we did have the one incident. Coming up next will be group number 4, which group number 5, my apologies, all Triumphs, the Kastner Cup cars, group number 5. As we've got a runner, 2 of them actually, and these 2 peeps here could be get a little bit of a slap in the wrist, if nothing else, for that's their second time by, we believe, for those 2 cars. Anyway, I'm not officiating, somebody else is, and moving on to the Triumph group shortly. So this is the Triumph group, the Kastner Cup group. In this, the number 2 is Jamie Horner, which is a 71 Triumph TR6. George Harmuth is in the 7 car, 63 Triumph Spitfire. Tony Garmy is in the 59 Triumph TR3. John Freymark in a 68 Triumph GT6 Plus. Joseph Birch is in the 57 Triumph TR3A. Thomas Brown's in the 1963 Triumph Spitfire. Jeffrey King is in the 19, a 72 Triumph GT6 Mark III. Brian Sciarrino is in a 69 Triumph GT6. Another Triumph GT6 from 1969 is Jason Ostrowski. David Ames in a 1963 Spitfire. Henry Fry is in another 68 Triumph TR250. A 64 Triumph Spitfire is the 36 of Richard Brown. Scott Jansen's in the 37, 68 Triumph GT6. Robert Lang is in a TR6. Tim Cook is in the 44. Lang's in the 40. Cook's in the 44, which is a TR8. All these are Triumphs. The 51 is a 1970 TR6 of Michael Kurtz. Pat Darrow's in the 53, a 65 Spitfire. Vic Schuster's in the 57, which is a Ambro. The 66 is another Spitfire, and that's of Claude Gagne. He's from Ontario. That's a 61. Dave Riddle is in a 65 Triumph TR4A. 62 Triumph TR4 of Bob Kramer's a 67. The 73 is Walter Hollowell, a TR6. Another TR6 is the 75 of Thomas Pordmore, as we've got a black flag at the start-finish line. So cars back onto the pit road here after just a couple laps of green flag conditions. To look at the balance of the field, 75 is Thomas Prodmore, 71 Triumph TR6, a TR4, 1962 TR4, that's Dave Gott in the 80. The 82 is Lauren Fritz, 59 GTR3. The 84 is Jay DePaul, 1971 GT6. A 62 TR4 is the 86 of Mark Wheatley. David Gussick is in the 88, a 63 Triumph Spitfire. 95 is Mark Cook in a 72 TR6. Todd Renman's in a 58 TR3A. Brendan Alexander's in a 66 Triumph Ambro. A 65 Triumph TR4A, that's Philip G. Gott. Daniel Steidower is in the 58 TR3A. The 57 is Rick McCurdy in a TR3. Dave Cutler is in a 64 Spitfire. Alexander Schleicher is in a 77 Triumph TR7 Coupe. Gregory Thompson's in a 63 TR4. Jesse Darrow in a 65 Spitfire. Matthew Hovland is in a 74 Spitfire. 184 is Alex Ames in a 70 GT6. Tony Drews is in the 195, which is a 63 TR4. 197 is Sean Alexander in a 62 TR4. Brian Howlett is in car 595, which is a TR4A. Jacqueline Ambrosa is in the 608, and that's a TR3. Chuck E's in the 612, which is a TR4A. And the 901 is Kevin Goslin. Is a green flag displayed here at the start-finish line. Goslin's car is a 63 Triumph Spitfire. So those being the cars of the Kastner Cup. So the 67 was flat towed in. Bob Kramer's 62 Triumph TR4 was the reason for the black flag. In this group, we have 11 Spitfires, we have 10 TR4s, 7 GT6s, 3 the TR3s, we have 7 of those, 6 TR6s, 2 Ambros, 1 TR250, 1 TR7, and 1 TR8. So, full field of Triumphs, and this is the Kastner Cup, Historic Festival 43, paying tribute to one of the most influential figures in British motorsports history, being R.W. Kastner, the man who turned Triumph into a racing powerhouse on the west coast of the United States. Skip deciding that this special Triumph feature brings a spotlight to the Kastner Cup to run a dedicated group divided into 3 different classes. 3 classes are under 1.6 liter, over 1.6 liter, and a 2.2 liter class, celebrating the competition, innovation, and legacy that helped shape grassroots racing in the United States. The Kastner Cup Group.
Starter with a checker in his hand to end this session. As it stands right now, fastest car, the 88 of David Cusack, a 1963 Triumph Spitfire, 104.809. And second, the 901 of Kevin Goslin, 1963 Triumph Spitfire, 106.261. Then Thomas Brown's number 18, Triumph Spitfire, 106.015. Tony Garmet at car number 9, that's a 1959 Triumph TR3. And rounding out our top 5, the 44 of Tim Cook, a 1980 Triumph TR8.
So that concludes group number 5's practice session. Coming up next will be group number 6, and group 6 is Tin Tops. IMSA RS and under 2.5 liter cars. Coming up next on track, group number 6. So our watch partner at this year's Autodromo was So once again, the official watch partner for Historic Festival 43 is Autodromo, founded by local vintage racer who has been a 9-time participant in this event, Bradley Price. Bradley being the 27 car. He's from Piermont, New York, and Alfa Romeo GT V6. So he's in the 2.5 liter class. 81 Alfa GT V6. He's got a special 80s inspired Autodromo livery that Bradley created with Italian designer Davide Verdis. Come by at his paddock and he'll have t-shirts of the car available at Sunday in the Park also at his Autodromo pop-up shop. So you can check out his creations online at www.autodromo.com, but he'll be on track in the 27 car. Tim Cashman will be in the number 2. That's a BMW 1970 BMW 2002. The 5 will be Mark Exon, 71 Volvo 142. The 20 will be Robert Smalley in a 68 Porsche 911T. We mentioned Bradley Price in the 27, 81 Alfa Romeo GT V6. Greg Amy's in the 33 car, 74 Porsche 914. The 36 is John Wood. 68 Porsche 911. 42 is Bart Hayes. He's in the 69 Datsun 510 two-door sedan. Michael Donnelly's in the 46. Donnelly, a 74 Alfa Romeo GTV. The 48 is Mike Joy, who now lives in Louisville, North Carolina. Longtime announcer with Fox. Mike Joy's in the 69, a Datsun 510. 58 is Bill Ruckert in 73 BMW 2002. Mark Wagner's in the 64. Wagner's in a 74 Porsche 914. The 70 is David Porter in a Lotus Cortina Mark 1. Joe Courtney's in the 77. A 72 Alpha GTV. Seamus Brown is in a 1970 Porsche 911 ST. That's car 83. The 97 is Ted Jonas, and that's a 68 Porsche 911. The 120 is Mark Agnafilo, and Agnafilo will be a 72 Datsun PL 510. Kate Giariadin is in a 76 BMW 2002. John Clerk's in the 198, a 1965 Austin Mini Cooper. John Dunnick is in the 222, a 75 BMW 2002. John Goodman is in the 240, and that's a 67 Alpha Galena TI. Jeff Downing is in the 466, and Downing a 73 BMW 2002. Simon Kirkby is in the 63 Hillman Imp. That's car number 771. Of course, Simon, the chief instructor of the Lime Rock Drivers Club. His real boss is Jeanette Oppenheimer. Simon Kirkby's in the 771, and the 810 is a 68 Porsche 912, and that's Gasperi Fasalo. So this is group number 6 coming up. Group number 6. Under 2 liter cars, a 2.5 liter class, and then a 1.6 liter class as well. So we've got this field, and they'll be coming out momentarily for group number 6. So green flag's out, cars are on course for group number 6. This is the Kastner Cup group, all triumphs. And again, there's 3 different classes. Triumphs with engines 1.6 liters and under 1.6 liters, over 1.6 liters, and a 2.2 liter class. So having a variety of different is where it was at in the previous group. So this one being group number 6. And again, group number 6 is the Tin Tops, the IMSA RS cars, and under 2.5 liter cars that we ran through. So everything from Porsches to BMWs, to Alfa Romeos, a couple Datsun 510s, the 48 is Mike Joy, Simon Kirkby's in the 771, a couple locals that are in this group. 20-minute practice session, and they'll be out this afternoon for qualifying. This being group number 6. So I invite everyone to the midway here at Lime Rock Park, to various vendors up on top of the hill on the midway area. So different attractions up there. There's a new beer garden that's up there as well. Of course, when it's coming up on lunchtime, don't forget to head to one of our fine areas for food and drink, and make sure you're hydrated, of course. Also want to remind everyone that the outfield is open as well. You make your way through the paddock, where you can get an up-close look at the cars competing here in Lime Rock Festival 43. But in addition to the infield hill, it's a great vantage point across the bridge to watch the cars as they come through the downhill, down the Samposi Straight, into turn 1, overlooking the paddock area, and into the left-hander. So it's a great vantage point to see much of the racetrack from that point of the grounds here at Lime Rock Park, so plenty of good vantage areas for fans to look at. There's also a spot that is just below the bridge, driver's left. That is a good viewing point there if you can get to it. A lot of nooks and crannies. Of course, you go to the uphill area. That's a great spot as well. So many great vantage points here at the Road Racing Center of the East, so to speak. Group number 6 on track now. The cars of Imsalore from years past. IMSA RS cars, under 2-liter cars, the tin tops. There's a yellow Mini that's going into turn number 1. Can't really miss that. With the color scheme on the Mini. And that being the number 198 of John Clerk, 65 Austin Mini Cooper. The 33 Porsche of Greg Amy. It's a 74 Porsche 914. And that car has been around a few racetracks in its time. Great to have that car, Greg Amy's, back here at Lime Rock, as well as everyone else's. Slow roller into turn 1 is the 46, and that's Michael Donnelly, the 74 Alpha. So this group a little bit smaller than the one that we just had out where we had 42 cars on track for the Triumph group. $26 cars in this one. So make your way around the various areas here at Lime Rock. Of course, like we said, the midway area and the refreshment stands as we come up on lunchtime. One thing about this circuit is that you can get so close, so many good spots and vantage points. So make your way, try to move from place to place around the circuit here at Lime Rock. And you might come up with a new place that you like the best. Explore. Checkered flag is out on this session for group number 6, David Porter in the 70 being the fastest car on the racetrack, 65 Lotus Cortina, and his quick time was a 105.278. Joe Courtney in the 77 with a 107.358. John Clark with a 106.033 in the 198. The 198 being that little Austin Mini Cooper. Seventh quick is Greg Ami. And Ami in the 74 Porsche 914, the orange one that I was speaking about. So checkers out on group number 6. We've got one more practice session yet to go here this morning before the lunch break. And this is practice for group number 7, which is big bore and air-cooled Porsches. Group number 7 will be out next. You'll have Corvettes in this, Mustangs. This is a big group as well. So get ready for some big horsepower coming out in the next group, which will be group number 7. Just want to remind everyone, of course, there's a lot of cars in B paddock as well. So the paddocks are full, not only the one here in A paddock, which is what it's called behind the tower, but also in B paddock. One down on the inside of the downhill. You've got many, many cars over there as well from years gone by. It's over by the false grid and the extension of the pit lane, which was done for the NASCAR Truck Series. It had such a successful first time here at Lime Rock Park. Date for 2026 has already been announced. And let me see if I can find it here. So the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series will return to Lime Rock Park in 2026, and that is scheduled for the weekend of July 10th and 11th. Had a great crowd here for that one, and look forward to having them back again in 2026. So visit both paddock areas and get an up-close look at the competitors here this weekend at Lime Rock. Pay homage to the oak tree, of course, which is right near the false grid, adjacent to the new pit in area that was constructed for that truck race. And before it gets too loud here, let's run through the field of group number 7. Number 3 is Matt Lachey in a 65 Chevy Corvette. The 6 is Chuck Lamp in a 68 Camaro. Dario Calvero is in the 8 car, and that's another Corvette. A 64 Corvette. A 68 Corvette is Daniel Lips in the 12 car. The 13 is Glenn Every, and that is a 69 Corvette. Glenn's from Rhinebeck, New York. Victor Corda from Milton, Mass. He's in a 66 Ford Mustang GT, car number 13. The 14 is Daniel Lippitz, and Daniel is from Vancouver, British Columbia, 68 Chevrolet Corvette. The 16 is Chris Masante, and he's in a 73 Porsche 911. Jim Hamblin is in the 18, a 1968 Porsche 911. A big field here in group number 7, the big bore cars. George Ladyman in the 70 Chevy Corvette. Martin Hanchy is in a 74 Datsun 280Z. Cliff Ryan from Waterford, England. He's in a 64 Ford Mustang. Tom Cotter is in the 33 car. And Tom Carter driving a 64 Chevy Corvette. Tom does the Barn Find series for Haggerty on YouTube channel, so check Tom out on YouTube in the Barn Find series, where God knows what you find in some of these old barns over the years. I was reading a piece about BMWs being found and things of that nature. So Tom is in the 33 car. John Munch is in the 35, 72 Porsche 911. Number 37 is James Glass. He's in a 70 Camaro. Martin Hosek is in the 39. That's a 78 Chevy Corvette. IMSA Trans Am Series. Marca Pierre is in the 44, 73 Porsche 911 RS. The 46 is Brian Cantel, a 69 Corvette. Brian Garcia is in the 48. It's a dark blue 67 Plymouth Barracuda. Joseph Agola is in the 50. That's a 69 Corvette. 61 is Jack Bush of Torrington, Connecticut, a 67 Jaguar XKE OTS. John Ogle is in the 62, a Jaguar XKE OTS. A green flag displayed here at the start-finish line for the beginning of this practice session for group number 7. The 63 is Art Hebert, 67 Jaguar XKE. The 70 is Christopher Tanner, 74 Porsche 911. 71 is Mike Jacolips, 77 Porsche 911S. Randall Green in the 72 Datsun 240Z. Greg Mendel is in the 77 Ford Mustang, 1965 Mustang. The 85 is Jim Scott, which is a 73 Porsche 911. Jake Clapp is in the 88. That's a 1970 Datsun 240Z. The 91 is Richard Bello of Weathersfield, Connecticut. 84 Porsche 911 Carrera. Joseph Rolio is in the 93, 1972 Datsun 240Z. Kevin Farnham is in the 137. It's a Pontiac Firebird, 1967. 153 is David Dean, who's in a 69 Porsche 911. 199 is Burnt Kyle August, and that is a 66 Ford Mustang. 249 is Jeffrey Nieblum, and Jeffrey is in a 69 Porsche 911. 262 is Joseph Viola, a 72 Datsun 240Z. That's a 2.8 liter engine in that car. The 310 is David Hutchings. He's in a 73 Porsche 911 RSR. The 388 is Kristen Turner. And Turner's in the 1980 Porsche 911 SC. The 500 is David Lee, who's in a 73 Porsche 911 RSR. Delbert Ares in the 521. That's a 911 Porsche. John Coster, number 573, is in the 1978 Porsche 911. The 666 is Ben Wallace, and that's a 1981 Porsche 911. Alan Levy's in the 740, 86 Porsche 944. Number 771 is Hans Warner, and that's a 911 RSR Porsche, 1970. Rounding out the field, the 808 is Todd Bajonas, and that's a 1978 Porsche 911. That's your field out for practice. Big bore cars for the most part, even some lighter weight cars with all quick motors, and some of them even making some good noise, like that 13 car, Victor Corda, 66 Ford Mustang GT. Kind of looked like a Corvette to me, but maybe it was a... I'm sure it was a mistake on my part. Right, Craig? I'm sure. '14, Daniel Lippitz, the white and red 68 Chevy Corvette. Now on the Paul Newman Straight. Should see that back here on the front straightaway. Beautiful looking Corvette. 93 Datsun. 240Z, that blue and yellow car. Awesome looking vehicle there. There it is, the red and white Corvette, the 14. So Chris Masante in the number 16 73 Porsche 911, quickest in the session thus far with a 1 minute .741. Jim Hamblin in the 18 car, which is another Porsche 911. Second quick, and then Mike Piera in the 44. So it's Porsches 1, 2, 3 in the session thus far in this practice session. Group number 7. So the 6 car of Chuck Lamb of Richfield, Connecticut, that dark blue, number 6, 68 Chevy Camaro, painted just like Penske Camaro that Mark Donahue drove back in the day and most likely competed here at Lime Rock back in the day. Trans Am, which has such a wonderful history here at Lime Rock over the years. So many of the legends that raced here. Trans Am and Can-Am. Of course, Camel GT, and IMSA, ALMS, stock cars. We're reminiscing about the Busch North Series up here a little while ago. Of course, we had Dale Quarterly that ran in the ARCA race that was in that first race, if I recall, years ago. Also spotted Butch Leitzinger in the paddock. Welcome to Butch, longtime competitor with the Dyson organization. He ran in those stock car races back in the day as well. Hoisted the big trophy. So good to see Butch here. So the 61, the 62, and the 63, all Jaguar XKE OTSs, are out of Donovan Motorsports in Lenox, Mass, which is not that far away from here, and beautifully turned out cars. The 61 is Jack Bush. He's in the 67 Jag. John Ogle's in the 62 car. He's in the 62 Jaguar. The 63 is Art Herbert. I'm sorry, Art Hebert. Art is in the 63 car, and that's a 1967 Jaguar, so local team, so to speak. Also want to make note that the 77 is Greg Men, and he is in 65 Mustang, a red one, from right here in Lakeville, Connecticut. So short travel time, of course, for Greg Mendel in the 77 car. There's that 6 Camaro with the Camaro livery on the rear corner model. In turn number 1. Awesome to hear these engines in the Corvettes and the Mustangs and just echoing through the hills here at Lime Rock, and you mold that together with the Porsches that are out here and the Jags and just the sounds of these cars on track just brings back so many great memories of races at Lime Rock, and these cars just being able to run at speed just like they did so many years ago. And that's what historic and vintage racing is all about, and happy to have everyone here that's competing this weekend and for the race fans on hand here as well. So one of the favorite groups being this one in group number 7. So as you make your way around Lime Rock, we mentioned to stop by the Midway for all the attractions up there, the new beer garden, which is the structure at the top of the hill in the infield. And that was open and constructed for the 2025 season, to my understanding. So another great addition here. at Lime Rock. Place looks awesome. Hats off to everyone connected with Lime Rock Park for their fine work here yet again this weekend, Labor Day weekend here at Lime Rock. It's awesome when the grass gets mowed, so thanks to Dickie Regal for getting on his little tractor himself and getting that done. Just kidding, of course. But really, the new ownership and the group that has been put together by Dickie Regal and Skip Barber, etc. The facility looks awesome. This extension of the pit road, of course, and the beer garden, so much more that I understand will be on the way. You see the new buildings at West Bend. So there's that new area of garages that some people just rent, and it's awesome. Just see the construction that's happened and the investment that's been made here at Lime Rock recently. The 91 of Richard Bello, now quickest in the session. That's an 84 Porsche 911 Carrera. It's a blue one. So Bello's quickest, and then it's Martin Hosek in the 39, and that's one of the Corvettes, the yellow Corvette, 78 Corvette, being 06. Asante Motorsport, 16, their third quickest, and that's another 911 Porsche. So now under a minute for the quick cars. Bello's time was a 58 flat, 58.001 to be correct. Hosek at a 59.4, Asante at a 59.4, Jim Hamblin in the 18, fourth place. Hamblin in another Porsche, and Jack Bush in the 61, which is one of the Jaguars. Jag XKEOTS, 1967. Checkers are out on group number 7. Checkers are out on group number 7. So we'll be on our lunch break here for a bit. There'll be a startup demo by the Ragtime Racers, and then they'll have some exhibition laps at 1:30 is the time for that. Have your attention, please. A red Porsche Cayenne GTS, Connecticut plate 706, FMA 706 Frank Mary Alpha. Please move your vehicle as soon as possible. You are interfering with the ragtime racers, and they are not happy. They are not happy at all. Porsche Cayenne GTS, Connecticut plate is 706 FMA 706 Frank Mary Alpha. Please move your car. So if we can get that Porsche moved so we can have the ragtime racers actually be happy again, that would be great. Otherwise, they might be throwing their hats in the air, and that's not a good thing. 706 FMA, please move your vehicle as soon as possible, if not before.
Let's look at our field for the Ragtime Racers exhibition this afternoon. Car number 1 be a red 1911 Hispano Suiza, owned by Rob Dyson and driven by Michael Schramm. Next up, car number 5, a yellow 1909 American Speed Car, owned by Tom LaFerriere and driven by Tom LaFerriere. Then we have car number 6, a white 1910 Klein, owned by Sam Mann. Oh, display only, that one won't be out. 7 yellow 1920 Lexington. Blaine Motorsports Foundation, the driver is Tyler Gong. Another number 7 yellow 1913 Buick, owned by Keith Menschke and driven by Keith. The number 12, a gray 1911 Bergdahl, Blaine Motorsports Foundation, driven by Brody Blaine. Then we'll have the number 15 orange 1915 National, owned by Chip Wright and driven by Chip Wright. Then the number 16 blue Packard, a 1912 model, again Blaine Motorsports Foundation, driver Charles Test. Then the number 16 green, a 1904 Napier, owned by Rob Dyson and driven by Butch Leitzinger. Car number 19, red, number 1919 Buick of Dale Kreitz, and Dale Kreitz is driving. In 20, blue, number 1911 National Indy, Blaine Motorsports Foundation, Brian Blaine will be driving that car. 21 blue is a 1916 Hudson, also Blaine Motorsports Foundation, Eric Ramos will be the driver. Then we have 33, the black 1911 EMF of Dale Kreitz, driven by Richard Pappy. 2 more cars, red 1913 Isotta Francini, owned by Rob Dyson, driven by Sam Every, and the gray 1913 Mercer, owned by Sam Mann and driven by Sam Mann. And that's the field for this exhibition race.
Thanks, Greg, for filling us in on all the cars that are going to be out on the track today. We got a wonderful lineup and a great weather to boot. We looked like we had a little bit of rain on its way in, but it looks like it might be pushed off until about at least 2 or 3. Here we got a cars coming down the lot right now. We're really getting the race on its way. There's the number 20 1911 car driven by Brian Blaine, right behind the 1911 EMF by Dale Kreitz. What a beautiful cars those are just together. Tyler Gong coming down this straightaway in that 1920 Lexington. That car is a spectacular car all alone by itself with its pedigree of winning the Pikes Peak Hill Climb race, not just taking first, but second place as well for that make. Here's Dyson's Hispano Suiza, the number 1 car. That car has been under a restoration, was recently purchased about a year ago. The guys went through the motor, did a great job on it. That's followed up by Chip Wright in that 1915 National, another car that was procured earlier this year, followed by looks like the Kreitz car, number 19 Buick. And here we got behind the 1912 Packard, which, by the way, is the oldest Packard race car in the world, followed up by the Isotta Francini, the 1913. They spent a lot of time and effort on bringing that car back to life. Its first big debut was about 3 years ago at Laguna Seca. Everybody's extremely excited to see that car show. They had a couple problems with the car itself that day, had difficulties getting out onto the track. The following year it came back out. Same thing with some mag issues, but Sam over the last year has completely tore that motor down, went through it. So what a joy to see that car out on the track today and actually reaching some pretty decent speeds. The other big treat from the Dyson collection is that 1904 Napier, which if you go back to Daytona Beach in 1904, we were able to see that Napier set a land speed record, being the first car to hit over 100 miles an hour here in the United States. To think of the journey that those guys took coming over from France, maybe a 3-week boat ride, getting into Florida, lining up back in Daytona, and making that record happen. Here are the cars coming back down the straight again. It looks like we've got Brian Blaine again in that 1911 National, along with that EMF. Now, this is the first time we've really got to see that EMF pick up some decent speeds coming down this straight. That Mercer behind the EMF is doing a great job, and Tyler Gong once again in that Lexington doing phenomenal work. And here comes Chip Wright down the straight, and right behind them, kind of pulling neck and neck, is that 1919 Buick. That 1919 Buick is an interesting car. It was put together by Jim Cesare out of Redwood City, California. And then there's here's that Hispana again. Now, this is the first time we've really been able to see that Hispana in the last couple of years hit the track. It's been in kind of like a mothballed styled service for a while to see these cars come out. By the way, that 1916 Packard is a spectacular car on its own. A lot of people are unaware, but that Packard is indeed the oldest known Packard race car to exist in the world. Here comes Sam in that Iasata Fraschini. How do you feel about this lineup today, Craig?
It's a pretty great lineup, and it's also interesting to see that the cars, at least half of the cars, seem to be being raced in exactly the way they were with a riding mechanic.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you only see a couple times throughout history where they dropped off and went to a single seat, and a lot of that was all done just for safety alone. I mean, having a ride-along mechanic with you enables the driver to focus just on that driving. And the other set of eyes with the ride-along mechanic is to look for any debris that might be in the road, pick up any possible passengers that are coming, or other competing vehicles coming up from behind. It was really a safety feature that existed with that style of driving, because these guys weren't just on racetracks in the beginning. They were driving out in open roads. I mean, even if they weren't just looking for like a stump or something, or a piece of equipment that fell on the road, they were dodging wagons. They were dodging all kinds of crazy stuff that you wouldn't expect that you would normally get with like track races versus road racing. Here comes this lineup again, and look at that Mercer. That's a great car. What a great car to see out on the track. There they go, and there's Kreitz getting passed by Tyler Gong. Well, the fists are really waving in the air right now with that one. That's going to be a serious upset. And here comes Chip Wright. He calls that car the Flying Pumpkin. That's the 1915 National. That's a 6-cylinder National. It's kind of like coming towards the end of the National run. And then there's the other Kreitz car, the 1919 Buick, driven by Richard Pappy, coming behind that. And there's that 16 Packard we were talking about. And here we go. We've got a couple. What do we got there? Here we go. What are you looking like, Craig?
No, I was just looking back through the list of the cars.
Well, here comes that Iasata Fraschini. What a joy to look at that car. They were a little nervous about bringing it out, wondering how the engine was going to work. But I tell you what, I think Sam did a great job putting that thing back together, and it looks like it's running quite smoothly. The smoothest I've ever seen that car run.
Sounds pretty good.
Oh, looks like we got a car coming in on the hook. I see a tow truck with caution lights, and I can't tell if he's pulling something behind or something's happening. Here comes that Napier, the 1904 Napier we were talking about earlier. And do we have a car that they're pulling in? It looks like Eric Ramos in the 1916 Hudson Super 6. Looks like something might have happened with that. He's being towed in. He's in the car. Everything looks great. So we'll be finding out what's going on with that car later on today. And here's a great car. This is Tom out of Providence, Rhode Island, in this number 5 American. Very chitty bang bang S. It's got the chain drive rear end, long wheelbase. It's a great car to look at. And look at these cars just flying right down the straight.
Yeah, we don't often see anything that people think about the fact that these are chain drive.
Yeah.
Like, some of your lawn equipment is chain drive.
Yeah.
And you're not used to that in a car.
Well, chain drive kind of had a short run. It remained on with trucking and more of your heavy vehicles, but, they used to grease those chains with beef tallow. Can you imagine that? Go walk over to your car and it smells like a rotting animal. They say, "Get in, let's go."
It smells like McDonald's.
Yeah, you heat it up, it smells like McDonald's. We got some, we're wondering what's going to go on with the Hudson. We'll be looking at that later on today. We also, not only you've given me the treat to come up and speak with you, but the rest of the day we'll probably be working on that Hudson and trying to figure out what's going on with it.
Somebody else coming in right now.
And that looks like Sam in the Iasata. I think he just took it out to shake it down a little bit, and this has been a great time for it to come out, and they'll probably go over that car and make sure everything's doing what it's supposed to, and I wouldn't be surprised if they'll have no problems with it, and that car will go back out onto the track tomorrow.
I can see Rob keeping an eye on him down there in the top.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no, we don't see any smoke. He looks like he's waving up, or he's just pushing his glasses up, but yeah, the car doesn't seem to be making any strange noises. I see a smile on his face with 2 thumbs up, so that's wonderful. All right, what a great sound. I mean, they must be so proud of getting that car back together. And once again, here's the Napier. They are really cruising that car out today as well. Oh, look, here he is. I think he was just 2 thumbs up, happy that everything went well, and is back out on the track again, pairing up with the 1904 Napier. What great 2 cars to see side by side going down the track. Wouldn't you say, Greg?
Oh, absolutely. And if you were around in the paddock earlier when they started some of them up to warm them up, it's an incredible sound.
Oh, it's a deep, throaty. You look at some of these cars; they're really pretty and shiny, and then all of a sudden when they start up, there's a bit of a menacing vibe that one might feel from it. And just watching the cars get cranked up, seeing people crank them up, and knowing that this kind of possible danger may ensue just from starting the car is a bit of theater in itself. Well, there they go off again. It looks like the Packard is doing quite well. Chip Wright's doing a great job with his car. The American's looking great. I'd have to say with 16 cars out in the field, to only have 1 come in is, I would say, is kind of a success. We're coming in through, was that turn? Oh, there we go. We got there's Chip Wright once again in his 1915 National.
Yeah, that's the end of the pit straight, or end of the main straight.
Oh, well, I see a truck going back out again. It looks like maybe they got another flag thrown. No word on which car that might be. Yep, it just passed the right turn up there, and here we got look at what a happy day for the Dyson collection with this Napier and Iasata Fushini. What a great day to see those cars out, and we've got it. Look at this. Looks like everybody's waving. Should be maybe pulling off. They're doing great. The 20 car. There's Tyler Gong coming up in position there. Look at that. There's the 1911 EMF. So that EMF was featured on Jay Leno's Garage. I'm sure there's been people around the United States have had the chance to see that car. They actually went out to Savannah, Georgia, and Dale was able to get him in the car and take him for a ride. And it's always fun for people to hop into these cars and find out that these automobiles really didn't have a problem going fast. Fast wasn't the issue to be a competitive driver back then. In that era, if you didn't have a car that could do 100 miles an hour, you really weren't that competitive. And a lot of people today really don't understand that. The bigger problem that these cars would have would be the fact that they were just truly unsafe to drive. They had very little traction, 2.5 inches of traction per wheel. Suspension was pretty much left over from the world of wagons, along with some Hartford shocks to kind of dampen it a tad. Brakes fairly non-existent at any speed. I mean, the brakes were about as good as what one would need when you're about ready to stop. That's when the brakes kind of came in.
I don't know that everybody's familiar with it, but tell them, aren't there different kind of wheels on these cars than they might expect?
Oh, 100%. There's all kinds of different wheels for these cars. I mean, as far as the style of beading that they'd use, from lock rings to, a 3-ring locking to a clincher style to, wire wheels to wood wheels. And to see some of these early cars with wood wheels go out onto the track and be able to keep up speeds of 100 miles an hour is really mind-melting for a lot of people of today when you begin to think of it. And here comes that Iasata back off the track. I don't know if he's just having such a good time out there with this car that he wants to pull over and give more thumbs up to let everybody know that it's going great. And look at this. There's the Mercer flying right by Brian Blaine in the 1911 National, followed by Tyler Gong in the 7 car, the 1920 Lexington. And then here we go, just right by the Napier is the Kreitz 1919 Buick, and everybody's just kind of picking up around the line. There's the Charles Test in the 1912 Packard coming up from the rear. And yes, it looks like Sam just pulled off to let everybody know that everything went well, and now he's just kind of coming off the track. There are big smiles on his face. Looks like everybody's extremely happy.
Here comes the car that stopped.
Yep, and we're about ready to figure out what car is there a car behind there, or is he just kind of coming in?
Oh no, there's a car behind it.
And we see it is. Oh, it's the Hispana Suiza, the 1911 Hispana coming in. I guess they'll be have their work cut out for them later on today, figuring out what's going on. I would imagine that it's probably something pretty simple. They put a lot of work into that car over the last 6 months, and it sounded really good before they took it out. So might be just and the checker flag is up, and here we got Tom coming in that American. I mean, if there was ever a piece of theater that represents chitty chitty bang bang, I don't know what else is other than this car. Oh, looks like, he's hitting his brake here. He's coming in. I think they just kind of missed his turn. He's coming in that way. And here's the other car. You know, it's a big, long car to turn, that one. I think the wheelbase coming in at roughly 142 inches, which if you think about wheelbases from that time period, 142 is just almost ridiculous. You don't even really see that even in the Vanderbilt Cup Series in 1906 through 1908. So here's here's a 1911 National with a wheelbase of 108 inches, and followed by that Lexington with a 102-inch wheelbase. And that's really the kind of wheelbase you'd want to see on any of these road courses, which they'd figured out earlier that's what they needed to be able to have the agility to take the turns with ease. Other than that, you're just trying to fight through traffic in a school bus. So the checkered flag's been dropped, and the cars will be going around the track one more time, ready to come in. But I tell you what, Greg, the fact that it didn't rain, and out of the 16 cars that made it out onto the track, to have really only 2 come in on the hook, both of them are probably just mild things. I think that's a great showing, don't you think, Greg?
Yes, I think I do. I mean, you could see that they weren't, leaking fluid. The cars were straight. They weren't bent up at all. Just something stopped.
Well, and another thing to put in your mind, if you were to look at these cars, we were talking about 16 cars out on the track. Let's just average it out that each car represents 100 years. Now put that in perspective. We've got 1,600 years of cars that just went around this track. And that is something to really wrap your head around. I mean, when you think about the automobile industry and everything that's done, seeing a lot of the first arguably the first mass manufactured car in 1894 with the Haynes, which, some people said it was Oldsmobile, to get to this point, to see these cars ramp up so rapidly with their technology. I mean, there was over 2,000 car companies prior to 1920 in North America alone. Isn't that crazy?
It is, and when you think about it, as fans, you generally see them coming down, you see them going around corners, you see them coming down the hill at the beginning of the straightaway, but what you don't see, unless you're on the back of the course, is the very steep uphill they suddenly come to.
Oh, yeah, that climb up, that little dip down, and it really gives these cars a chance to see, for the spectators out there, that part of the course, to see how these suspensions load and unload. And also, these cars are only revving at about 1,800 RPMs max, and they can do up to 100 miles an hour. Obviously, for an exhibition and something like this, you're only going to see these cars maybe go around 65 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour for the safety factor of it. But still, to see the amount of torque, they produce 800 foot-pounds of torque. They really kind of are able to traverse those kind of steep hills and these turns quite nicely with their 26-inch wheels, wood and wire wheels. It's a real joy to see.
And we don't appear to have lost any of our riding mechanics.
They're all in the cars, and you can see if you look at a lot of the cars, there's a little handholds in different places for the ride-along mechanic to hold on, because other than that, that is the most vulnerable place in these cars. That at least the driver has the wheel to hold on to. Looks like the Napier's taking a slight pause. Well, thank you so much for having me come up here and get to call the cars out with you guys. This has been a real treat on our end, and to make it all the way from the West Coast and do Laguna Seca and to come to Lime Rock. I mean, there couldn't be a better, more back-to-back visual track to go from one to another. I mean, it's a real treat to go from Laguna and then to Lime Rock. There's nothing like it, and I look forward to maybe talking to you guys more this weekend as things transpire. I'll be busy working on the cars here in just a little bit, and then tomorrow we'll probably be driving the 21 car unless we don't get it fixed.
Well, hopefully you'll get all of them fixed.
Oh, I believe that it might go into the evening, but we'll definitely get it done. And thank you once again for having me.
Thank you for being here. You've really been a help.
All right. Well, enjoy the rest of the day.
Just want to thank Del Mar Hotels and Spas are pleased to sponsor Lime Rock Park and the Historic Festival 43 as Connecticut's premier destination for unparalleled hospitality. We know a thing or two about elegance, history, and tradition. Spend a day relaxing at the spa. Indulge in a decadent meal at our award-winning restaurants, or simply relax in the comfort of your well-appointed guest room. We look forward to welcoming you soon in Greenwich, Southport, West Hartford, or Traverse City, Michigan, way up north in Michigan. Anyway, it's Del Mar Hotels. Just want to remind everyone again, the Midway is open all weekend, and the infield packed with a variety of vendors ranging from delicious food, racing simulators, and racing memorabilia. Be sure to take a walk through the Midway and see what it all has to offer. Country Carpenters designs and manufactures classic New England style post and beam buildings as the official post and beam builder of Lime Rock Park. They bring timeless craftsmanship to every building kit. Visit countrycarpenters.com. So right into group number 8. Group 8 is the Toyo Tire Historic World Challenge cars. And here's a name that's raced here at Lime Rock for sure, Chip Hertz. Chip Herr from Lisses, Pennsylvania is in a 2007 Audi A4 is Chip Herr. Raymond Zizza is in a 1990 Chevy Corvette, that's number 4. The 7 is Peter A.J. Tonelli, a 93 Toyota Supra. Christian Berzins is in a 87 BMW M3, that's number 10. The 12 is Ralph Stechkow in a 1990 Lotus X180R. Stephen Early is in the 18, it's an 88 BMW M3. Luis Serva of Southbury, Connecticut. It's 2001 BMW M3. Hugh Stewart of Milford, Connecticut. 2003 BMW M3. Greg Kaufman in an orange 94 Ford Mustang. Could be a 23, could be 23-1. The 30 is Travis Wachet. 2017 Volkswagen GTI. Griffin Gamesiculi is in a 99 BMW M3. Brian Goodman is in the 48. Griffin in the 44. Goodman in the 48, a 2004 BMW M3. 49 is Mika Stach, and that is a 2000 Porsche 911 GT3R. The 50 is Stefan Blethen. And Blethen is a 2004 Mazda RX-8. Raymond Blethen is in the 51, which is another 2004 Mazda RX-8. The 56 is David Oliveira, 2010 BMW Mini Cooper. '85 is Josh Brown, a 1984 Volkswagen GTI. Peter Tonelli is in the 88 car. It's a 2003 Dodge Viper. The 89 is Ron Cheska. 89 Ron Cheka, 89 BMW M3. The 101 is David Nagler, 1992 Lotus X180R. The 113 is Steve Katz, which is a 2005 Porsche GT3 Cup car. The 171 is Jason Benna, and that's a 2006 Mazda RX-8. Van Svensson is in the 222. He's from Hyde Park, New York, 2005 Porsche 996 Cup car. And the 540 is Keegan McGregor, and that is a 1991 BMW 325i. That's your field for group number 8. This is their practice session for group number 8. Just want to thank everyone with Ragtime Racers once again for being here this weekend for the first time, and awesome group of people. Stop by their paddock area in a paddock. This is a one-of-a-kind exhibition group, and these cars are priceless. After talking with them early this morning and about these cars and the history and things of that nature, it's a absolute unique experience, and one that you just may not see anywhere else here on the East Coast. They were at Laguna Seca a couple weeks ago for the Monterey Historics, and certainly the tie-in here to Lime Rock Park in the East. It's wonderful to have them here, so thank you once again to those with the Ragtime Racers. On track again, this is group number 8, the Toyo Tire Historic World Challenge cars. So cars 50 and 51, the two Mazda RX-8s, both 2004 Mazda RX-8s, are Stefan Blethyn and Raymond Blethyn. They're brothers. Stefan lives in Bow, New Hampshire, Londonderry, New Hampshire, the home of Raymond. So we've got a brother team in the 50 and the 51 in this group. Oh, Luis Serra in the 19, which is a 2001 BMW M3, is quickest in this session with a time of 57.430 seconds. Second quick is Richard Bello in the 91. Bello is in a 1984 Porsche 911 Carrara. Then it's Martin Hosek in the 39, which is a 78 Corvette Trans Am car. 67 screaming down the front straightaway. That's Jason Berkeley, that black Corvette. 2005 car. Running a 1 minute 58.497 on his last lap. His best lap thus far was just turned, so if he's able to improve that one as we are about halfway through the session. Hope everyone's enjoying themselves. We got a great day, a great Friday here at Lime Rock Park, the beginning of Labor Day weekend. Well, just want to remind everyone of the new beer garden that was built earlier this year at the top of the hill in the infield, where you can raise a glass with Foolproof Brewing Company, the official craft beer of Lime Rock Park. Straight out of Bridgeport, Connecticut, Foolproof's new brewery, tap room, and kitchen brings bold brews, craft cocktails even, and a fresh menu to a reimagined historic space. Fueled your weekend with flavor. That's Foolproof Brewing, now on tap at Lime Rock Park. So the 19 of Luis Serva continues to be quickest at 2001 BMW M3 at a 56.940. Richard Bello in the 91 at 58 flat in his 911. 1984 Porsche 911 Carrera. And then Martin Hosek in that 78 Corvette, who just turned a 58.492 in the 39 car. Those are your three quickest in this practice session for group number 8. As I said earlier today, is that take your time and head to through both paddocks for here for today or right through the weekend. Both A and B paddock have pretty much at capacity. They are at capacity here this weekend, as a full field of historic and vintage cars on hand here for the Historic Festival 43. checkered flag being displayed here at start finish for the conclusion of group number 8. So the next time Group 8 will be back will be for qualifying later this afternoon. Coming up next will be Group number 9. The final of the 9 groups on hand here this weekend. GT Sports Cars over 2 liter. Sports Racing Cars. That being group number 9 coming out for their 20-minute practice session shortly. Cool down and turn up the flavor with NEFT vodka. Stop by their activation in the Midway to sample the ultra premium vodka served straight from the barrel. Plus, grab a Lime Rock lemonade, the official drink of race day, at one of our bars. Hey, are you looking to mow like a pro? Look no further than a new Hustler zero-turn mower. Hustler has engineered their mowers to be maintenance and service friendly for the everyday user while not sacrificing the build-in quality of cut. With an industry-leading warranty and 0% financing, make Hustler your next mower today. Hope everyone enjoyed the FY Squared S Stealth Bomber Team flyover just as the Ragtime Racers were going out. 52,000 feet in full stealth mode. As usually in the case of flyovers by this squad coming out of Montana earlier today. Hopefully we'll be able to spot them again sometime else over the weekend as they're on their way to Europe at the moment. Coming up next is group number 9. The 3 car is Brian Bagnall of Long Meadow, Massachusetts, a 1983 Porsche 944. Laurent, The number 4 is the Laurent Fume of Madison, Connecticut, 1968 Janetta G16. The 11 will be Hervey Park, a 65 Janetta G4. The 17 car will be Joseph Borch III and a 93 Mazda Miata. The 23 is Mark Gregory in 1990 Mazda Miata. The 25, Michael Rowan of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, 61 Aston Martin DB4. At 17 car, Joseph Baruch of Old Lyme, Connecticut, 93 Mazda Miata. Mark Calzuri of Sherman, Connecticut is in the 25 73 Datsun 240Z. 26 is Stuart Hawkins in a 1993 Mazda Miata. Alejandro Asiero of Long Valley, New Jersey, 63 MGB. The 32 will be David Porter of Darien, Connecticut, a 65 Lotus 23B. 37 is Dave Hagan, a 67 Porsche 910. 38 is Edward Zemek, 1990 Mazda Miata. Martin Hosek is in the 39 car, 57 Devon Special. The 40 is Stephen Milton, 1991 Mazda Miata. 42 is Kurt Usby, a 62 Lotus 23. 43 is Jim D. Riley, a 1973 Jensen Healy. The 50 is Michael Amarillo in a Porsche 911, 1965 Porsche 911. '53 is Patrick Daly, 1992 Mazda Miata. The 61 is Mitchell Idle and the 1970 Chevron B16. 63 will be Randall Green in a 1963 Lotus 23B. John Coster is in the 75. He's in the 1999 Mazda Miata. 77 is Randall Smalley in a 63 Aston Martin DB4. Thomas Grudovich is in a 66 Janetta G4. The 99 is Tyler Hagan in a 72 Porsche 914-6. The 106 is Scott McQueen, a 57 Austin Healey 100. Charles Borden is in the 123, a 1959 Wilson Fagan Sport Racer. The car looks all illuminated as far as color goes, so to speak. 126 is John Cook. So the 126 is John Koch, and he's in the 91 Mazda Miata. 36 is Richard Brown. He's in the 1969 Marcos GT, which has a Volvo engine in it. 202 is Eileen Wetzel in a 1966 Austin Healey 3000. 282 is James Coteve in a 59 Austin Healey 3000. 347 is Rich Malnuman Jr., and that's a 56 Austin Healey 100. And local driver Mark Hamilton Peters is in the 740, a 1965 Elva Mark 7S BMW. That's your field for group number 9. Cars on course for their 20-minute practice session. Final practice session of the day, and from here we will be going into qualifying. Practice for group number 9. Now we got a yellow here at the start finish line. The 37 of Dave Hagan, 67 Porsche 910. Really interesting car there as well. Porsche ran the 910 in the 2-liter class in that year in endurance championship races as well. So we're back to green conditions here at the start finish line, as we've got a slow roller coming into pit road. Black flag to the field. So evidently we have a few cars off course, and black flag is being displayed, so we'll bring the field onto pit road. So the session being black flagged for an incident down in turn number 1. We had a car go off course there. So we've got the Lime Rock safety crew out there with the car or cars involved. From our vantage point, unable to ID the cars that are off course. We'll get that cleaned up and then get back to green flag conditions shortly for group number 9. Green flag displayed here at start finish, so this session is back underway after the incident down in turn number 1. So quite an array of different sports cars here for this session, of course. So approximately 4 minutes remaining in this practice session for group number 9. The 740 rolling back onto the race course. 740 is Mark Hamilton Peters in his Elva Mark 7S. MHP is currently quickest in the session with a 59.499. Hamilton Peters, no stranger to Lime Rock Park. Former Skip Barber Racing School instructor, as well as coach for various young drivers over the years. Having a little fun here this weekend. And quickest in the session. Second quickest is a 39 of Martin Hosick. And Hosick in 57 Devon Special. And then it's Kurt Usby of Woodbury, New York in his 62 Lotus 23. So a few more laps for each one of the competitors in Group 9 in this practice session. And as we mentioned for the previous ones, is that next time these cars will be on track will be for qualifying later on this afternoon. If you haven't done so already, head to one of our refreshment stands, whether it's on the midway or the other areas of the circuit. regardless of the temperature, no, it's not as warm as it was here for the Truck Series weekend, but always stay hydrated when you're out and about. Aquafina being the official water of Lime Rock Park. So the 05 of Craig Chima, that Silver Lotus 7, talk about straight line speed. Last time by us here on the front straightaway, he had a closing rate that's unbelievable. Like shot out of a cannon the last time by here. It's pretty cool to see. I'll keep an eye on that car. The 740 Mark Hamilton Peters still quickest as checkers being displayed here at the start finish line to wrap up this practice session for group number 9. So this will be the last flying lap as the 05 completes another lap as well as the balance of the field. So practice now complete for all 9 of our classes here for Historic Festival 43 here at Lime Rock Park, the 43rd rendition of the Historic Festival. And happy you folks are with us here on this Friday afternoon. Look forward to having you back for the balance of the weekend. Qualifying will be coming up next. So the 740 of Mark Hamilton Peters and his Elva 58.483 was quickest than Martin Hosek with a 1 minute .290, second quick in his Devon Special, and then Craig Chima in his Lotus was third fastest in the 05 in that session. Once again, coming up next will be group number 1, the mid-century GT and sports cars under 2 liters, and that'll be the first qualifying session of the day. We'll have qualifying next for group number 1. Bee-Works is a local family-owned business that is driven to assist pollinating insects and improve habitat for pollinators. We believe that bees are more than honey and that we need to help them with their current issues, from installing and maintaining apiaries on clients' properties to pollinator landscaping, meadowscaping, and land management. Bee-Works is here to help Pollinators, our pollinating insects face many challenges and need our help. So if you're interested in honeybees, improving habitat, or both, contact BeeWorks today. Learn more at beeworksllc.com. Want to again give a special welcome to our partners here today at the Historic Festival 43 for this weekend, including Marsh McClellan, Massey Ferguson, Mazda of Milford, NBT Bank, Miller Motor Cars, Pilati, Pepsi, Sports Car Driving Association, Steel, Tents Unlimited, Toyo Tires, as well as Thule, VP Racing Fuels, the White Hart, and Women in Motorsports North America. Thank you one and all. Lime Rock Park isn't just for the pros. Visit limerockpark.com/drive to learn more about how you can get yourself on track in your own car or one of our rentals. That is limerockpark.com/drive to learn more. Also, visit Team Chevy in the Fan Zone and register to receive a free Chevy gift. Talk to one of our knowledgeable product specialists to learn more about the latest Chevy lineup of cars, trucks, and SUVs. Have you had your Hummel Brothers hot dog today? Made in New Haven, Connecticut. Enjoy Hummel Brothers hot dogs, the official hot dog of Lime Rock Park at all of Lime Rock Park's concession stands today. Also want to remind everyone to get refreshed with park provisions. A paddock concessions will be open from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. daily, with the outfield and Pines concession opening at 10:30 a.m. on Saturday. Fine folks at Park Provisions. Speaking of provisions, looking for a perfect bite or a unique gift? Head over to Provisions at the White Hart. We're stocked with delicious grab-and-go options, special cheeses, local treats, and a curated selection of homewares and gifts. Whether you're fueling up for an adventure or finding a special something, Provisions has what you need. That's Provisions at the White Hart Inn in Salisbury, Connecticut. Open daily for breakfast and lunch. Group number one on course for their qualifying session. The number one is Alan Tosler in his 64 MGB. Tim Moran will be in the 3. That's a 60 Austin Healey Sprite Mark 1. Craig Chima is in the 5, Lotus 7, Super 7. Paul Stinson is in the 7 car, 63 Lotus Super 7. Bosby Vanguard of Mike Conklin is car number 13. The 9 is Ed Metalman in a 72 Porsche 914-4. 25 is Mark Senden in the 1957 Harold Climax. A Porsche 356 is car number 26 of Mike Jacobus. 34 is John Romano, and that's a 56 Porsche 550A. Peter Kraus is in the 35 car. Kraus is in a 74 Fiat X19. 48 is Stu Four in a 58 Turner 950S. Andrew Moore is in a 65 MGB Roadster. The 55 is Ed Sanson, who's in a 1960 Alfa Romeo. Gilletta Spider Veloce. Dennis Adar is in the 56 car, and that's an MGB. 58 is Max Cohen in a 63 Lotus 7. Dick Burrows is in a 59 Alfa Romeo Gunetta 101 Spider. 61 is Kobus Rienke, 1960 Turner Sebring 950S. The 62 is Paul Ma, and he's in a 1984 Sports Renault. Jason Mesnick is in a sports Renault from 1984 as well. 69 is Ed Boyan, and Ed is in the 57 Alfa Romeo Gilletta Spider. The 76, I don't believe will make it back out. That was involved in an incident in the downhill, and that car was damaged quite a bit. Dave Nicholas of Palm Desert, California, his 1960 MGA. The 82 is Michael Orrit. 1961 Janetta G4. Ralph Solomon's in the 88. That's a Bosby SR2. The 90 is Jeremy Savage in an MGA. The 101 is John Savage in a MG Twin Cam, 1960. The 126 is John Einhorn, a 64 Austin Healey 3000. The 135 is Michael Bello, 61 Porsche 356B. 144 is Mark Pladsen, a 64 Morgan 4x4 competition, 4x4. 64 Morgan competition. 150 is Cosme Fumic, and that is a 62 Lotus Super 7. Brian Hunter's in the 155. He's from Coburg, Ontario, in the 59 Volvo. 160 is Stuart Long, 76 Porsche 914. The 181 is Anthony Thompson. That's in a Lotus 7 Series, is Anthony Thompson. The 215 is Carl Whitney, a 55 Lotus Mark 9. Butch O'Connor is in the 218 and a 59 MGA. Stephen Lerman is in the 246, a 59 Alfa Romeo. Roger Kaysen is in a 256. He's in another Alfa Romeo Gillette Spider. James Juhas is in the 311, a 57 MGA Coupe. 341 is Doug Sharippa in a 63 MGB. James Stein is in the 358. It's a 59 Porsche 356. Robert Davis is in the 391. It's a Lola Mark 1. 411 is Robert White, which is a 59 Elva Courier. Vikram Soma is in a 57 Alfa Romeo Giulietta. The 738 is Daniel Detz. The 61 Austin Healey Sprite. And Noel McCabe is in car 909, which is an MG Midget. Those are your cars on the entry list for group number 1. Mid-Century GT sports cars under 2 liters. The 26 is Mike Jacobellis of Washington Depot, Connecticut. He's in a 62 Porsche 356. So Jacobellis, one of the longtime runners here at Lime Rock Park. Again, this is qualifying for group number 1. And now that the cars are up to speed, it looks like so that's blue and yellow 74 Fiat X19 is piloted by Peter Kraus. He's That's car number 35, and Kraus is currently quickest in the session with a 105.348 that he just did on his fifth lap. Kraus, a respected driving coach and data analyst based in North Carolina. Peter, veteran racer. Alan Tosler is in the 01. Alan Tosler is in the 01. And that is a 64 MGB. Second quick. Third quick is Paul Stinson in the 7 car, and that's a Lotus Super 7. 63 Super 7. That's your 3 quickest in the session. A 105.348 for Kraus. Tosler, 106.244, and then Stinson at 106.294. So a very competitive field here in group number 1 at 7:38, heading down into turn number 1. That's Daniel Dazzett in a 61 Austin Healey Sprite. The 19 Porsche making a pass coming into turn number 1. Of course, a lot of Porsches on board here. The 25 car, that's unique looking, isn't it? The 25 is Mark Sundren in a 57 Aero Climax. Has a 1.2 liter engine in that car. The 48 Stu 4. That's a 58 Turner. That's another unique car. There's your quick car going underneath the Chevrolet bridge. That's Peter Kraus, as we mentioned. That blue and yellow Fiat, 1974 model. So you think about the maintenance on these cars. It is so remarkable, and hats off to the mechanics, teams, drivers, prep shops, etc., that keep these beautiful vehicles, these beautiful race cars, still in racing trim, at racing speed, here at Lime Rock Park and other historic and vintage events around the country. But it is remarkable in many ways, is that you're seeing, even in this class, cars that are 50, 55 years old still competing at this level. Now, maybe not the same as a sports Renault, the 2 yellow ones that are down in turn number 1 now, but certainly when you look at the balance of the field, many of these are from the 1950s, 1960s by and large, and hats off to those teams for their prep and what they do to put on a wonderful, not just show, but to have them in their own stables to be able to bring them out to racetracks like like here at Lime Rock Park for Historic Festival 43. So we mentioned the Turner make. The 48 Stu 4 of Warwick, Rhode Island, that's a 1958 Turner 950S, is one of the two Turners that is entered in this class. The other being the 61 of Cobus Rinke, which is a 60 Turner Sebring 950S. And back in the day, the living legend himself, Skip Barber, drove a Turner. Skip, of course, two-time Formula Ford champion back in the day. Saw Skip race in 1971 in the U.S. Grand Prix at Watkins Glen in a March. Made a few starts in Formula One, as well as many starts, of course, in Formula 5000 and other championships worldwide. Good to see Skip here this weekend. Again, the man, the myth, the walking legend here at Lime Rock Park. Checkers are out on the session, and Peter Kraus, top of the charts, a 104.333. His quick time of the session. Paul Stinson in the 7 car in the 63 Lotus Super 7, second quick with a 106.001. Then it's a 01 of Alan Tosler, a 106.244. Tosler in that 64 MGB. Cool looking race car is that one. Ralph Solomon in the 88 was fourth quickest in his Bosby. And rounding out the top 5, Roger Casson in the 265. I'm sorry, 256 is Casson, and that's a 56 Alfa Romeo. So that wraps up qualifying for group number 1 of 9 here this afternoon at Lime Rock Park. Coming up next will be group number 2, which is the Jim Haynes Memorial for Formula Juniors group. So we'll see the Formula Juniors out shortly for their qualifying session. They had some excitement this morning. Sure it'll be the same way this afternoon as the Formula Juniors coming up next for their qualifying. Want to thank all the wonderful volunteers of the Lime Rock Park Right-Handers Club. They come from far and wide to help Lime Rock Park team for all this year's races. We couldn't do it without them. Thank you once again to all the volunteers of Lime Rock Park Right-Handers Club. Also want to remind everyone that the Lime Rock Drivers Club is a member for a day program in which you drive your own car and test the limits of both you and the car. It's also an opportunity to check out the club while mixing with members, both on and off the track. The program offers visitors 4 hours of uncluttered track driving with no run groups or point buys. If you're frustrated by being held up in traffic, come and experience a different approach. Lime Rock Drivers Club's daily fee includes a professional in-car coach every time you go on track, with the coach giving immediate feedback through the state-of-the-art helmet-to-helmet communication. Full hospitality is included for you and a guest with each track day. And don't worry about a helmet, we have them. One of the benefits of being a Lime Rock Drivers Club member is the hospitality that is included with every membership for you and a guest or two. You can see the gang up on the hill in the outfield chalet overlooking Big Bend and enjoying the best viewing spot at Lime Rock Park. That's the Lime Rock Drivers Club. Also, the Lime Rock Drivers Club, sanctioned by the Sports Car Club of America to offer a racing drivers school, offers reciprocal track days with other area tracks, plus runs its own series. Did you know this? Learn more about it at Lime Rock Drivers Club and their 4 tiers of membership at limerockclub.com. Coming up, group number 2, qualifying, the Formula Juniors. This is the Jim Haynes Memorial Group. Thomas Grudovich of West Palm Beach, Florida. He's a 1960 Elva 200. The 3 will be Dominic Colasaco, 61 RAM F Formula Junior. Robert Humke in a 62 Cooper T59. Robert Mirbilli is in a 63 Brabham BT6. Art Hebert is in the 8 car, and he's in a 62 Cooper. Dave Hagan will be in the 9 car, which is a 62 Lotus 22F. The 18 Kyle Collins will be in the 60 Lotus 18F. 23 Mark Emmerich. 59 BMC Huffaker Formula Junior. 24 is Matt Schifferly 62 Cooper T59. John Goodman is in a Cooper T51 Formula Junior. That's 24-1. Joe Colasacco, father of Dominic, racer who took in the Goodwood Festival in the past. Joe Colasacco's in the 30, which is a 62 Ciangelini Delfino. 33 is Matt Uche, and that's a 61 Lotus 20F. Tom O'Grady's in the 53, which is a 62 Cooper T59. Peter Hardstein is in a 62 Lotus 22 with Bruce Revenaugh in a 1960 Lotus 18F. Hunter Nigel Russell of Auckland, New Zealand is in a BMC Huffaker. Peter Patterson is in the 207, which is a 59 Lotus 18F. Mark Curry is in the 216, another Lotus 18F, as well as Joshua Mitchell, who's also in the same type of car, number 254, a Lotus 18F. 272 is Nick Gruhl, 63 Lotus 27F. 576 is Whit Smith, and the 59 Stangelini Formula Junior. 577 is Spencer Patterson, 59 Lotus F, and the 612 is Joe Fuller in a 60 Lotus 18F. That's your field for the Jim Haynes Memorial Group number 2 qualifying. Well, quickest thus far is Kyle Collins in the 18, the Lotus 18F. Only these motors, you can hear them, such a different type sound compared to, let's say, the big bore Corvettes and things of that nature. These little little over a liter engines in these cars. I have one that's the Mark Emmert was in the 23 car, which is a BMC Huffaker, a little under 1 liter. The rest of them like 1.1, There's one car that's 1.2, which is the 612 Lotus 18F of Joe Fuller. But these are exciting little race cars and very competitive. Again, most of these from the late 50s, early 60s, competing in group number 2, and Robert Homke in the 4 car is quickest right now. It is 62 Cooper T59 and time of 101.851. The 18 of Kyle Collins is currently second quick and is 1960 Lotus 18F. Dominic Colasaco and Joe Colasaco. See, Dominic Colasaco just went to the top of the charts with a 101.518, so he's quickest now. Homke in the 4 is second quick, 18 of Collins. Hebert in the 8, and then Joe Colasaco, Papa Joe, the Dominic, is currently 5th quickest in his Stangelini. So the 30 Stangelini of Joe Colasaco, again, that one is currently 5th, but his son Dominic currently top of the charts. 254 heading down into turn number 1, that yellow Lotus 60. I think one thing's for certain, Craig Robertson, is that going down into turn number 1, when we see this race group tomorrow, should be,
Oh, it will be very good.
it will be wild. Should be wild. The field is just so tight, and the competition in this group is usually very good. So, we got a car locking up in turn 1. Does not have to take the escape road. Thank God. Good save by that driver. Now in front of the fans there in the left-hander. Another lockup. Going into turn 1 as well. So exploring the outer limits, so to speak, of Lime Rock at turn number 1 area, which has seen so many different creative lines attempted over the years, various cars, but only the best can succeed.
Doing considerable effort.
Top of the charts now, Joe Colasaco, showing everyone how it's done. A 1 minute .751 compared to Kyle Collins, a 1 minute .767. And then it's the 3 of Dominic Colasaco with a 101.518. So the top 6 cars covered by 1 second currently. So it looks like it could be between those 6 cars for the battle for the pole for the balance of this session. Then it's the 216 of Mark Curry, and Thomas Grudevich is 8th quickest thus far. Visit the Midway, whether it's today or sometime else over the weekend or multiple times. You probably need to do it multiple times if you're here all weekend. The Midway is open all weekend in the infield, packed with a variety of vendors ranging from delicious food, racing simulators, and racing memorabilia. Be sure to take a walk through the Midway and see what it all has to offer. Also, just a reminder that if an issue does come up with yourself or a part of your team here this weekend, that first aid is available at the Midway as well as in the A paddock. Just a subtle reminder in case anything comes up. So we have about 5 minutes or so remaining. Joe Colasaco continues to be quickest with that 1 minute .751 as the quick lap of the session. 18 of Collins, this 3 of Dominic Colasaco, 8 of Herbert. I'm sorry, I said that wrong again. Art Hebert. Art Hebert is in the 8. I apologize. Robert Honke is in the 4. Joshua Mitchell in the 254. The 2 of Thomas Grudevich. 216 of Mark Curry. And the 9 of Dave Hagan being the top 10 thus far in this qualifying session. Joe Colasaco in the 30 machine being quickest thus far. So an easy way to tell whether it's a Formula Junior that is a little bit older than the newer models is that the front-engined Formula Juniors are all a little bit older than the rear engine. The front engine cars, of course, much like other Formula cars over the years, started as the beginning of this class, as well as even Formula One for that matter, and everything else, is that the engines are in the front. The newer models, like the 62 Cooper, for example, is the engine's in the rear. Anyway, this is a great little class. Joe Colasacco, I mean, not little, just because the engine displacement is little, I guess. Joe Colasacco, quickest at 1:07.51. He's not, he's running 1:03s now, so he's kind of backed it off. And the quick car in the last lap was his son, Dominic Colasacco, with a 1:01.945. So he's still beating the drums there quite a bit to try to move himself up. Currently third quickest is that 3 car. And then it's Art Hebert in the 8. And Robert Omke. The 3 heading down into, that's Dominic Colasacco. That's the red car going underneath the 61 Ram. The RAM-F. As checkers are out now on this session. Checkers just being displayed here at the start-finish line to bring to a conclusion this qualifying session for the Formula Junior class group number 2, the Jim Haynes Memorial for Formula Juniors. Longtime promoter here at Lime Rock Park, Jim Haynes. And this race being run in his honor this weekend. Coming up next will be Group 3. And these are the War Era cars featuring the Del Monte Trophy cars, which we talked about earlier, and we'll do a little refresher on that again. Happy to have the Del Monte race group trophy cars here with us for the first time at Lime Rock Park. Group number 3 about ready to hit the track for their qualifying session. The Old Gray Mare Special is car number 1, Ben Bragg the 4th. So the one of Ben Bragg the 4th, the Old Gray Mare, has a Ford Flathead V8 as the power plant in that, a 4.5-liter engine. Sandy Leith is in the 2 car. That's a 31 Bugatti Type 37 Special. The 3 is John Butterbaum of Seaside, California, a 1949 Jaguar Parkinson Special. That's one of the Del Monte Trophy race group cars, as well as the 9, which is Ryan Turry, 53 Curtis 500S Dodge. The 10 is Douglas Fisher, a 32 Ford K8 Windy Special. John Oliver's in the 93, 59 Jabro Crosley. The 12 is Lou Tomalot of Falls Village, 1959 Watson Indy Roadster. Another unique car here on hand. 14 is Robert S. Davis, 53 Seata 208. Ed Medelman's in the 19 car. That's a 59 Alfa Romeo Gilletta Sprint. 22 Derek Drinkwater, Chaddingford in the UK. The 1950 Cadillac 61 La Monstra with a 5.24-liter engine. That's the one that we talked about earlier that is considered Cadillac or, yeah, Cadillac. It's a recreation, but an excellent recreation of the original that ran at Le Mans years and years ago. Lou Tomalot's in the 28. A 50 Watson Indy 500. The 31 is Luca Macasecu, and that is a 28 Bugatti 37A. The 33 is Lester Needle. Lester Needle, who is in a 33 Plymouth Speedster. It's another one of the Del Monte Group cars. The 38 is Thomas Walco, a 65 NSU Prinz. 41 is Peter Greenfield, 33 Alfa Romeo Monza. The 63, Johnny Moat Jr., and that is a 50 Allard K2 Del Monte Group car. 65 Jim Buck, and that is a 61 Lotus 7. 74 is Santos Parado, 53 PBX H-Mod. 91 is Richard Campbell, and Campbell in a 59 Voigt Crosley H-Mod. The 111 is Rob Manson, 1950 MG. That's one of the Demani Group cars as well. The 133 is James Alder, 52 Jaguar XK120. 183 is Lars Mapstead, 52 Jaguar XK120, another one of the Del Monte Group cars. 283 is Kurt Burns, 51 MGTD. 302 Thomas McCormick, 48 Lester MG. 482 is Edward Kahlo, 47 MGTC. 607 is Mark Sherman, a 53 MGTD. 659 is Richard Odgers, a 57 Morgan 4. 76 is Chris Towner, 53 MGTD. 757 is Graham Scaife, HF43 MGTD. Another one of the Del Monte Group cars is the 814. That's Kevin Aydar, 55 Elva Mark I. The 928 is Frank Pellegrini, and that's a 1951 MGTD. Last two cars are also part of the Del Monte Group. 15C is Marcus Bicknell, a 52 Manning Street Special, and the X15 is John Moat, which is a 55 Curtis, Sorrel Curtis Special. So cars are on course. The Del Monte Race Group is what we mentioned. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 10 cars. Everything from a 1950 Allard to the Cunningham Cadillac La Monstra that Derek Drinkwater is driving. The 22, obviously the most unique looking car that's on the racetrack. But talking up here with Craig Robertson is that the three open wheel cars are all teamed up together now. There's the La Monstra heading down underneath the bridge. Quite a monster it is, but it's so cool also that we're seeing like these open wheel cars as well that are in this class. It's awesome.
Well, the La Monstra, for one thing, is kind of the beginning of Briggs Cunningham trying to win at Le Mans, which goes through several different variations. But I'm also caught up with the number 2 car, or the, sorry, it's got a number 2 on it, but it isn't really number 2. It's the number 3128 of Lou Timolat, which is a Watson Roadster type Indy 500 car. The kind of thing which dominated until the Lotus cars finally came over to win the 500.
Sure, there it is. It's underneath the Chevrolet bridge now.
You can see the size of the car compared to some of the rear engine cars we have out in other sessions is much larger. But they ruled Indy for years and years and years in different varieties.
And then much heavier, and then the Lotus showed up. Colin Chapman with his Lotus rear engine car that Jimmy Clark drove, and Graham Hill, etc., at the Speedway. And it just changed the reflection of open wheel motorsports, especially for the Indy 500. If I recall, I think it was Jim Hurtubise that was the last one to try to qualify a front engine car, the Genesee Beer Wagon back in the day.
Yeah, that was what, the last of the Novis, I think.
As we have a black flag out on course. We've got a car down the runoff area in turn number 1. And unable to ID that car. Not sure whether there's anything else that is causing that, but on the Del Monte Group cars,
Looks like an Austin Healey from the back.
a real unique one is the number 15C that Marcus Bicknell's driving. Rob Manson owns that vehicle. And Manning owns this car. It's a unique one in itself. The Manning Streets Special, the yellow with a aluminum color. It has a Ford Mercury flathead V8 in it. 255 cubic inches. There's a Ford gearbox in it, 3 forward gears plus a reverse. And this was rebuilt by John Streets and John Buttlebaum in the 1990s. So that's one of the cars. The the 183 is another one of the cars. The X50, there's John Moat, this X15. He's 13th quickest right now. But fastest overall is the 15C of Marcus Bicknell. And that's the 52 Datacoat Streets Manning Special. And it's great that the Damonte Group is here with us. Those at Lime Rock Park have worked tirelessly to be able to bring this group from the West Coast here for the first time. These cars that raced in Pebble Beach over the years for the Pebble Beach road races that took place from 1950 to 1956. And Phil Hill was the driver that won the first Pebble Beach road race in 1950 in his Jaguar XK120. And this Del Monte Trophy Group, which is paddock down near turn number 1, they were part of the Monterey Historics a couple from time to time as well. Anyway, we're happy to have them here. They made a tow from the West Coast. Look at the 12 car on pit road, Craig. You were talking about this Watson Roadster.
Yes.
It is an awesome looking car. The knockoff wheels. I mean, look at the when a pit stop was made at Indy, using a hammer to loosen those wheels up. That must be a beast to drive, and probably just so much fun here around Lime Rock.
Yeah, you can imagine the pit stop times it would have taken, which was one of the other things that when the Lotuses came, they actually got the Woods Brothers NASCAR team, who do lots of very fast pit stops, to do their pit stops for them.
So we're talking about the 15 car, the 15C of Marcus Bicknell. That's the Manning Street Special. It's yellow and silver, and Marcus driving with a bright yellow and red helmet.
Yeah, you can see the yellow frame under part of it because it's painted nice and bright, so you can really see where the frame is. It looks a lot like a sort of grown-up Lotus 7. Same sort of idea, but much larger. And the nose in particular probably has more air resistance, but it needs the cooling.
Happy to have the Del Monte Group as part of group number 3 here. And again, some of these cars which race through the pines at Pebble Beach. back in the day on the Monterey Peninsula of California. It's part of the 17-mile drive that you take on the Monterey Peninsula, which is absolutely stunning. But driving through the pines, and if you can imagine cars like this racing on these narrow roads with trees right next to the pavement. It's amazing, amazing. Having a heck of a time getting this car off down there in turn one. So the disabled car now being brought back to the paddock area. And we'll be able to get back to green, and that car was the So green flag displayed here at the start-finish line. We're back to green flag conditions for qualifying for group number 2. .746. As unique a vehicle as you can imagine. Chris Towner's in that car. He's from Orleans, Mass. It's a 1938 Morgan F-type trike. Trike meaning 3 wheels. 2 in the front. You got the driver and then 1 wheel in the back. The 93 was first car across the start-finish line is the 9C of Ryan Turry and his Curtis 500S. Is a 4.4 liter Dodge power plant. In that car, Frank Curtis was the one that designed this car on the basis of his Curtis 500 Indianapolis 500 Roadster chassis, which widened it then to accommodate 2 people and the V8 motors available at the time. This is the Rob Manson car, the 53 Curtis 500S Dodge. There's the 15 as we've mentioned. Can't miss that one. The 15 is the Chattahoochee Streets Manning Special, yellow and silver. So these cars getting back up to speed, and we'll see whether Bicknell's time and be improved on. So La Monstra heading down into turn number 1, the 22 car of Drinkwater, now up to 10th fastest in the session, a 1:16.013 at time by 9C of Turry continues to be quickest. Then it's a 65 of Jim Bach, and then the 41 of Peter Greenfield, a racer that I remember seeing years ago in a Formula car, like a Rolled RT4, I believe it was. And the Greenfields were always so competitive. Sharp looking cars, trimmed in green. Gosh, why? No idea. But they did. And so Peter Greenfield currently is third quickest. And want to mention also that the car number 1, the Old Gray Mare, and Sandy Leith's Bugatti that back in the day raced with the original Automobile Racing Club of America in the 30s. So he had the 35 Old Gray Mare and the 31 Bugatti Type 37 Special. Again, two of the older cars that are in this group. And we mentioned it before, but it is just wonderful to see these cars at racing speed. And there's the three-wheeler heading underneath the bridge, the Morgan F-Type trike. That must be a treat to drive. And the 12 coming across the start-finish line here again. And that vehicle, that probably the favorite one of Craig Robertson up here in the booth with me. Awesome. Turry seems to be, 9C is Turry, and he's quickest with a 108.414. Then it's Jim Bach in the 65 with a 110.363. Peter Greenfield in the 41 being the top three. Of course, this session marred by a relatively long red flag condition to get a car out of the turn 1 runoff area. But it is what it is. Safety first. And we'll have group number 4 coming up shortly. That's a conclusion of qualifying for the group number 3, which is the War Era cars featuring the Domani Trophy cars. And one of the Domani Trophy cars, the number 9 of Ryan Turry, being the quickest car with a 108.414, and we've got another runner on course, meaning that someone has taken the checkers twice, and they will be getting their wrist slapped by the fine young lady on pit road that will greet that driver with a smile to begin with, at least.
Towner's Morgan has classically had an extra little something that nobody else has. As he crosses the finish line at the end of a race, he has a drag chute that pops out. It's only about a foot, maybe a foot and a half at most, little chute that pops out.
How long has he been doing that? Like every time that he's here at the historic?
Every time at the vintage.
Oh my. Well, that will be wild to see. And you'll see that for the first time tomorrow when Group 3 has its first race of the day. So coming up next will be group number 4, which is the Wings and Slicks and the Formula Fords. So group number 4, about ready to hit the track. Tim Hannon is in a 79 Crosley. It's car number 0. Chris Fahan will be in the 1, a 2000 Van Diemen. RF2000. 2's Rob Mittman, an 82 Lola T596. Matthew Christ. 72 GRD 372. Gary Rutherford's in the 5 car, an 81 Van Diemen. John Hearn will be in the 7 car. Well, he may or may not, actually, because the 7, the 41, and the 52 were all involved in an incident over in the turn 4 right-hander heading onto the Paul Newman Straight this morning. So unknown whether 1, 2, or all 3 will be on course, but Hearn was one of the cars involved. The 8D is Swain Dorr, which is a 69 Lexus. 8 is Kyle Collins, and Collins is one of the quicker cars in this morning session, 72 Chevron. The 10 of Glenn Taylor, 71 Ensign LNF3. The 13, the infamous one, Frank Del Vecchio of Trumbull, Connecticut. Who else could run a camouflage car other than Frank Del Vecchio? That's car number 13, an 81 Van Diemen RF81. And then it's Ben Sinnott in the 22, which is an 89 Dallara Scuderia Italia Formula One car. 3.5 liter, I believe it's a Cosworth motor in that car. And Dominic, the 27 is Dominic Incantalupo of Aldwick, New Jersey, a 73 Chevron. Joe Blacker's in the 29. That's a 84 Swift DB1. Christopher Vask is in a 78 Crosley 32F. Clinton Chichester, is in 2007 Downing Atlanta Peach Day Formula V. 42 Kurt Usby. 69 Chevron B16. Steve Beeler's in the 50. 79 Lola T540. The 51 is Tim Kane. 83 Tiga. SE83, Todd Sharon's in the 52, and that's an 89 Formula Mazda. Now that car was the slow car on circuit that caught up the other 2 cars over in turn number 4 this morning. We may or may not see Todd out. The 52 is Dave Handy in an 80 Ralt RT2 Can-Am car. 62 is Mitchell Itel, 75 Chevron. 66 is David Bauman, 57 Swift DB2. Gordon Medicina is in the 69 car, 79 March 75B. 77 is Matt Schifferly. 71 Lola T212. 131 is Garrett Wilson. And 84 Lola T598. The 205 is Garrett Porter. 75 Toge SC205. Peter Greenfield doing double duty in groups 3 and 4, as in this group. Peter will be driving the 411, which is his 1982 Ralt RT4. The 512, the 812 is Josh Lewis and an 85 Lola T598. And we have another Formula Mazda in this one. It's a 98 Formula Mazda 937 by Anthony Antonucci. So there's your field for group number 4. So they have just leaving the false grid, and they will be heading out onto the course now. Definitely one of the quicker groups of the weekend. 42 chevrons of beauty. So the 6-car Joseph Rilio, Woodbury, Connecticut. It's red, white, and blue, 1973 Lola Formula 5000 car. Formula 5000 was a heck of a series back in the day that attracted those like Brian Redman, Skip Barber, Sam Posey, Graham McRae, won a championship as well in a Dayglow pink car back in the way back in, I'm trying to think of the year, but he won the championship. It was an awesome series. If you've ever seen a Hager Slacks commercial on YouTube with David Hobbs, Google it or search it on YouTube. It is a one of a kind. Let's just put it to you that way. Hager was one of the sponsors for David's Formula 5000 car back in the day. And Craig Robertson says Brett Lunger probably, I think it was the two of them that were a team possibly. And make sure and do not miss taking a look at Habbo in the Hager Slacks commercial. It will be fried into your brain. So look at this battle down into one. You got the Formula One Scuderia. This is the third lap. These three cars. So you've got the Dallara Scuderia Italia Formula One car that Ben Sinnott is driving. And then you've got two Chevrons. The gold one is actually a Toge. That's David Porter, 75 Toge. Let's see what happens this time by. But since the green flag's been out, these three have been in a scuffle, so to speak, especially going down into turn one. Let's see what happens this time by. There's the Formula 5000 car, the red, white, and blue one. And this time the Formula One car bails out, so the Scuderia Italia has had enough. It's the 290 and the 205. The 205, which is David Porter and the Toge. .290 is Joe Blacker. And Joe Blacker, it's 29 on our list, but it's a Swift DB1. No, I'm sorry, it's a Lola T290, the orange one, Blacker of Ellicott City, Maryland. So those with an entry list, it's actually 290. Randy Domek is the 29 car, and his 84 Swift. So that red Dallara Scuderia Italia Formula One car raced in '89. Andre de Cesaris, I believe, was the driver in that car back in the day. Quickest, Kyle Collins in the 8. Collins in the, it's a red 72 Chevron B21. Then it's Mitchell Eitel second quick. So a 56 650 for Collins in the 8. Then it's Eitel in the 62, followed by Todd Sharon in the 152. And now going to the top of the charts where he was earlier today is the 39 of Chris Fahan. And Fahan running a 54.177. 2 seconds clear of the next fastest car. The 39 is Fahan. And he was quick this morning as the Scuderia Italia Formula One car heads back out on the course and will be right in the midst of a snarling pack of sports cars this time. So the 6 car of Joe Riolo, little history on this car, that red, white, and blue Lola T330 was at one point driven by Mark Donahue back in the day. According to a text I received from another legend of Lime Rock, that being Greg Ricks, said Riolo, the 6 car, the Lola Formula 5000 car that Donahue piloted back in the day. Well, we got to say, Craig Robertson, that the 39 Chris Fahan is getting out of its way rapidly. That 2000 Van Diemen has now turned a 52.991. 52.991, fastest lap of the session in the 39 car. Then it's the 205 of David Porter and Todd Sharon in the 152, your top three thus far in the session. Against being qualifying for group number 4. There's the 39 Fahan, who is heading through Big Bend right now, making his way through a pack of cars. That time by, he ran a 53.706. So we have the top 13 cars in this session under 1 minute thus far. With the 39, the 205, and the, well, Collins just jumped up to third in the 8. So Kyle Collins in that Chevron is now up to the 4th spot, as we have about 7.5 minutes remaining in the qualifying session for group number 4. That 52 car of Todd Sharon, the blue and silver Formula Mazda. Nice looking car there. So again, the Ferrari, it looks like a Ferrari. It's not a Ferrari. It's a Dallara F189 that ran in the 89 Formula One season for Scuderia Italia was the team. And the two featured drivers were Andrea De Cesaris and Alex Caffey, where the highlight of the season, so to speak, was De Cesaris, who had a 3rd place finish in the Canadian Grand Prix in Montreal. And that was the only podium finish in the first of 2 podiums that the team achieved that year. Regardless, it's a good-looking race car, and again, invite everyone, make your trip to both paddocks, A paddock here where the tower is, and the B paddock, which is inside of the downhill. Take that in. You've got the Ragtime Racers setup, which is spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. And checkers are out on this session. Just to finish the thought, that the Del Monte Group cars are down near turn 1, and Rob Dyson's collection of awesome vehicles, awesome race cars, is right behind the tower. Everything from David Hobbs's Carling Black Label Indy 500 car to 962 Porsche that won the last Riverside 6-hour, to other cars that were competed here at Lime Rock back in the day with Rob driving and his son Chris and Butch Lightsinger being part of it. Elliott Forbes Robinson, of course, another. Then EFR raced everything and anything over the years, from Trans Am to Can-Am and sports cars, and was competitive as he got a little bit grayer and a little bit thinner up top. And he can still push the pedals now, I'm sure. Quick time set by Chris Fahan in the 39 car, 2000 Van Diemen, 52.991. The 205 of David Porter was second quick in his That's that gold 75 Toge SC205 and Kyle Collins in the 8 being the top 3. 72 Chevron B21 as that'll wrap up qualifying for group number 4. Coming up next will be 42 cars, if they all come out, of Triumphs. Group number 5 is the Kastner Cup cars. All these cars are Triumphs. Everything from Spitfires to TR4s, GT6s, etc. And it will be a busy racetrack coming up shortly. That'll be qualifying for group number 5.
Coming up next will be our Triumph group, group number 5. Car number 6, Jamie Horner from Afton, Minnesota, a red 1971 Triumph TR6. Then George Harmuth in car number 7, a red 1963 Triumph Spitfire. He's from Poughkeepsie, New York. Tom Garmay from Buckley, Washington. And number 9, a dark green 1959 Triumph TR3. Then John Frymark from Rockwell, Texas. Car number 14, a yellow 1968 Triumph GT6 Plus. Joe Baruch from East Harwich, Massachusetts, in a red 1957 Triumph TR3A. Car number 17. Behind him, Thomas Brown, Stratford, Connecticut, car number 18, blue 1963 Triumph Spitfire. Jeffrey King follows to Coventry, Connecticut, car number 19, a yellow and white 1972 Triumph GT6 Mark III. Brian Shirano from Webster, New York, car number 26, blue and white 1969 Triumph GT6. Jason Ostrowski from Riverside, Illinois, car number 27, a yellow 1969 Triumph GT6. Then David Amos from Superior, Wisconsin, car number 28, a red 1963 Triumph Spitfire. Henry Fry from Greensboro, North Carolina, car number 29, a yellow 1968 Triumph TR250. Richard Brown from East Hampton, Connecticut, car number 36, blue 1964 Triumph Spitfire. Scott Jansen, Winmore, Pennsylvania, car number 37, a green 1968 Triumph GT6. Robert Lang, Northborough, Massachusetts, car number 40, a silver 1973 Triumph TR6. Michael Kurtz, Monton, Pennsylvania, car number 51, a yellow 1970 Triumph TR6. Tim Cook, from Poland, Maine, car number 44, white 1980 Triumph TR8. Pat Darrow, from Milwaukee, Oregon, car number 53, a white 1965 Triumph Spitfire. Vic Schuster, from Kennett Square, Pennsylvania, 57, car number 57, blue and white 1957 Triumph Ambro. That's a TR3 modification. Claude Gagne, from Embrun, Ontario, Canada, car number 61, a yellow 1966 Triumph Spitfire. Dave Riddle, from Mesa, Arizona, car number 65, a green 1965 Triumph TR4A independent rear suspension. Bob Kramer, Georgetown, Texas, car number 67, blue 1962 Triumph TR4. Robert Hollowell, Albuquerque, New Mexico, car number 73, a blue 1970 Triumph TR6. Thomas Podmore, Chagrin Falls, Ohio, car number 75, silver and black 1971 Triumph TR6. David Gott, from Nashua, New Hampshire, car number 80, a green and yellow 1962 Triumph TR4. Lauren Fritz, from Danville, Pennsylvania, orange and yellow, car number 82, a 1959 Triumph TR3. Jay DePaul, from Stevensville, Maryland, car number 84, a silver 1971 Triumph GT6. Mark Wheatley, from Nashua, New Hampshire, car number 86, red 1962 Triumph TR4. David Gusak, Stratford, Connecticut, car number 88, blue and white 1963 Triumph Spitfire. Mark Cook, Apex, North Carolina, car number 95, white 1972 Triumph TR6. Todd Redmond, Kinnelon, New Jersey, car number 96, white 1958 Triumph TR3A. Brendan Alexander, from Waterloo, Indiana, car number 97, a white 1966 Triumph Ambro. Philip G. Gott, Princeton, Massachusetts, car number 114, red 1965 Triumph TR4A. David Steduhar, from Brookfield, Ohio, car number 117, dark blue and gray, number 58 Triumph TR3A. Rick McCurdy, Newburgh, New York, car number 132, red, white stripe, 1957 Triumph TR3. David Cutter, Sandusky, Ohio, car number 142, a red 1964 Triumph Spitfire. Alexander Schlesinger, from Grand Rapids, Michigan, car number 144, white 1977 Triumph TR7 Coupe. Gregory Thompson, Maplewood, Minnesota, car number 146, a red 1963 Triumph TR4. Jesse Darrow, from Cogan Station, Pennsylvania, car number 151, a white, green, and yellow number 1965 Triumph Spitfire. Matthew Huvinen, Norfolk, Virginia, car number 180, red and white, 1974 Triumph Spitfire. Alex Amos, from Superior, Wisconsin, car number 184, white, a 1970 Triumph GT6. Tony Drews from Geneseo, Illinois. Car number 195, a red and white 1963 Triumph TR4. Sean Alexander from Waterloo, Indiana. Car number 197, a red 1962 Triumph TR4. Brian Howitt, Hacienda Heights, California. Car number 595, a red 1965 Triumph TR4A with independent rear suspension. Jacqueline Amorosa from Bluebell, Pennsylvania, car number 608, a white 1959 Triumph TR3. Chuck G from Fountain Inn, South Carolina, car number 612, a blue 1967 Triumph TR4A, and rounding out the field, Kevin Gosselin from Fairfield, Connecticut, car number 901, a blue 1963 Triumph Spitfire. That's your field for group number 5.
So Geneseo, Illinois' Tony Drews, 1963 Triumph TR4, is disabled. Driver's right inside of turn number 1. Right at the start of the session, he pulled off down there underneath the Chevrolet bridge, coming to the attention of the Lime Rock Park crew. Get that car out of the way and we will be moving on with qualifying for group number 5. So we're back underway with qualifying for group number 5. This is the All Triumphs, the Kastner Cup group. 86 being held here. The 82 car Lauren Fritz in a 59 Triumph TR3. Come on. Don't. The 18 of Thomas Brown of Stratford, Connecticut, 63 Triumph Spitfires, quickest, 106.996. Then it's David Gott in the 80, which is a 62 Triumph TR4. And third quickest right now was the 40 car of Robert Lang, 73 Triumph TR6, those being the three quickest right now in the Kasner Cup class, which is all Triumphs. There's 11 Spitfires, 10 TR4s, 7 GT6s, 7 TR3s, 6 TR6s, 2 Ambros, a TR250, 1 TR7 and 1 TR8. 42 cars on the entry list for this one. So you're seeing various sizes and models and driving ability, etc., with these cars on track, all of these being Triumphs, and it will be a busy race. It's a busy race course when you put this many cars on this 1.5 mile circuit at Lime Rock Park. And the Kastner Cup. Just a note about the 7 car, which is George Harmuth. According to the team, this is the oldest Triumph Spitfire still racing on the East Coast. It's originally built by Charlie Rainville, and from 65 to 69, Jim Shellington raced in SCCA Nationals, including the runoffs with this car. And then it's changed hands a few times. Currently, Mike Harmuth of Poughkeepsie, New York, owns the car, and again, allegedly, the 63 Triumph, the oldest Spitfire still racing on the East Coast, according to the team who gave us this propaganda, and I'm sure it's correct. '88 of David Gusick, now quickest to 105.413. And Gusick in the 63 Triumph Spitfire. So he joins Tony Garmy. It's the only 2 cars under a minute 6 with a 105.886 for Garmy. The 88, the 9, and the 44 are the 3 quickest cars on course at the time. Just want to remind everyone that the Barber Shop is your place to go for the official Historic Festival 43 merchandise. Head over to A Paddock to grab an event t-shirt and check out all the other Lime Rock Park merchandise and Lime Rock gear. It's the Barber Shop. Gosh, I wonder where that came from. How it got
I found his website.
but anyway.
You can still email.
Talk about diversity. The quick cars, the 88, diversity in Triumphs, that is, a 63 Triumph Spitfire, quickest, then a TR4, another Spitfire, then a TR3, and a TR8 being your top 5. Now the only TR250, and that 250 signifying a 2.5 liter engine, is currently in the 6th spot, and that's the Henry Fry car, 1968 Triumph TR250. So pretty much every one of these cars, not a lot of drafting going on, obviously. Everyone is just, you have so many different displacements, different straightaway speeds. Cars that may be fast on the straightaways, not necessarily as quick in the corners. So the Kastner Cup, which was established in 2003, as checkers are out on this session, unlike most trophies, it isn't necessarily awarded to the fastest car. It goes to the driver who best embodies the spirit of Triumph racing, passion, perseverance, sportsmanship, and mechanical integrity. The Cup travels a different racetrack each year, drawing Triumph racers and fans from across North America. And this year, for the first time, it's here at Lime Rock Park. Of course, no better setting for the Kastner Cup than here at Lime Rock Park, as the checkers are out on the session. And the 88 of David Gusick. And Gusick in the 88 car, which is a Triumph 63 Triumph Spitfire. Then it's David Gott in the 80, and the 18 of Thomas Brown jumps up to the 3rd spot, and Brown in the 63 Triumph Spitfire. That bringing to a conclusion the qualifying session for group number 5. Just want to remind everyone that if you need a bite to eat or something to drink, keep hydrated, keep hydrated. The concession stands, of course, here at the Circuit Open, including the one here behind us down in the paddock, which gives you an opportunity to take care of that and get a up-close look at the cars competing here this weekend. And you can't miss the Ragtime Racers, as they are right across from the concession stand down here in A Paddock. Coming up next will be group number 6. Group number 6 are tin tops, IMSA RS cars under 2.5 liters. And earlier today, saw a lot of competitive times with this group as well. So coming up next will be group number 6 of qualifying of the 9 groups on hand here this weekend. Was reminded, just as we step aside from this Triumph group, of the long history of Triumph and the success here at Lime Rock. Was done by Bob Tullius of Group 44 fame, the famous bright white and green Triumphs that raced not only in SCCA sports car racing, but also in various other series, right up to the development of the Group 44 Jaguar that competed in the Camel GT series back in the day. That was a great achievement for Bob Tullius and his group. So again, just want to mention that as we move on to the next group. Again, you need something to drink, something to eat. It's the Lime Rock Cafe here in the paddock that is open. So coming up next will be the group number 6. The 2 is Tim Cashman, 1970 BMW 2002. The 5 is Mark Axon of Stony Creek, New York, 71 Volvo 142. Robert Smalley will be in the 20 car, 68 Porsche 911T. The 27 is Bradley Price, which is a 1981 Alfa Romeo GTV6. The 33 is Greg Ami in the 33 car, which is a 74 Porsche 914. John Wood is in the 36, 68 Porsche 911. Bart Hayes is in the 42 car. Hayes of Wilkesboro, North Carolina, 69 Datsun 510 two-door. Mitchell Donnelly's in the 46 car, 74 Alfa Romeo GTV. 48, announcer Mike Joy, longtime announcer for Fox NASCAR. The 48 of Mike Joy, now living in Louisville, North Carolina, 69 Datsun 510. Bill Ruckert is in the 73 BMW 2002, number 58. 62 is Jonathan Draper. It's a mustard color, number 1970 BMW 2002. The 64 is Mark Wagner, a 74 Porsche 914. Joe Courtney's in the 77, which is a 72 Alfa Romeo GTV. Seamus Brown's in the 83 car, a 70 Porsche 911 ST. The 97 is Ted Junis, and that is a 68 Porsche 911. 120 is Mark Gagafino, and that's a 72 Datsun PL 510. 136 is Kate Gerbian, and Kate is driving a 76 BMW 2002 with John Clerk in a 65 Austin Mini Cooper. The 222 is John Dunnick, a 1975 BMW 2002. The 240 is John Goodman, 67 Alfa Romeo. Gully T. 466 is Jeff Downing, which is 73 BMW 2002. On the entry list, not sure whether he's competing because we saw him walking in the paddock earlier in street clothes. But anyway, is 771 Simon Kirkby, 771, 63 Hillman Imp. We'll see if he's out here for qualifying this time. And Gaspari Fazlo in the 810, 68 Porsche 912. That's your field for qualifying for group number 6, which are the tin top IMSA RS under 2.5 liter cars. So green flag on this session, just to put a period on group 44. If they're here, Don Breslauer and Steve Knoll, they're both crew members for the former group 44 crew members, Don Breslauer and Steve Knoll. Shout out to you two for help making Bob Tullius and his team look so good over the years. We're underway for group number 6. Understand that the 70 car of David Porter is off course over in the turn 4 area, but in a safe location behind the barrier. David from Darien, Connecticut, in his red 1965 Lotus Cortina Mark 1. So tough break for David Porter, who's pulled off course. We remain green though, and Greg Ahami in the 33 car, quick time of 1:10.026 thus far early in this qualifying session. The 2:22 of John Dunick is second quick in the 75 BMW 2002. Third fastest thus far is Jonathan Draper, and Jonathan's in the 62 car, which is a 1970 BMW 2002. So we got a Porsche, a BMW, a Mini Cooper, and another Porsche. The top 5, as the fourth quick is John Clerk and Ted Giannis, who jumps up to third now on the last lap. So times are falling. The session rolls on, qualifying for group number 6. Mike Agnifilo in the 120, now to the top of the charts. And Agnifilo in the 72 Datsun PL 510. A 103.830, and then it's a Hami in the 33 car. Second quick with the 104.301. John Clark in the 198. In his 65 Austin Mini Cooper, that bright yellow flying Mini out there. He's third quickest. Mini is on the race course. That's a quick little car. Very light. Has a quick little motor in that thing, a 1.3 liter Austin Mini Cooper. This 27 car making a lot of noise. There was a report earlier that corner workers were looking or something possibly dragging on that car, but I don't believe there's anything happening right now, or has been.
Yeah, Agnifilo just pulled it in the paddock.
So the 46 of Michael Donnelly, his red Alpha. Mike Joy's in the 48, and here's Mike in the 48. I believe that's an Xbox Sharp car. At least it says it on the rear quarter panel. Not so sharp, it says. Maybe it's not. Anyway, it's a 510. It's not so. And Mike 16th in this session. So Agnifilo, 103.830 on his last lap.
And he figures that's as good as he's going to get.
And he has gone behind, after 7 laps, he's gone behind the wall. I'm done. I don't want to stress the car anymore. I'm the quick car on the racetrack by a half a second over Greg Hami. And a Hami is a 104.3 compared to the Agnifilo, which is a 103.8. And then it's John Clerk in the 198, Joe Courtney in the 77, being your top 4. Gasper Fasalo in the 810, and his 68 Porsche 912 rounding out the top 5. Just want to remind everyone that tomorrow's activities, Saturday activities for the 43rd Historic Festival here at Lime Rock get underway at 9 a.m. with race number 1 for Group 1. Each group will have 2 races tomorrow, one in the morning and then one in the afternoon. Also want to remind everyone that at 11 till 12 tomorrow, the Vintage Sports Car Club of America will offer free tours of the paddock. You can get more information at the info tent. Midday, we'll have exhibition laps again by the Ragtime Racers and pre-race ceremonies on the front straightaway. And that will get underway right after the Ragtime Racers are complete and before race number 2. So a full day of activity, and then Sunday, of course, is the Concours d'Elegance here at Lime Rock Park. Spectator gates on Sunday open at 10 a.m. Sunday in the park. That happens on Sunday with a huge car show here on the front straightaway and around the whole facility here at Lime Rock. A lot of special events happening. The special guest of honor, David Hobbs, among others, will be on hand, I believe. And then Monday, again, race day Monday, where each one of the groups will have another race in the morning and another one in the afternoon. Ragtime Racers back out on course, and Monday, Labor Day. So we've got a full weekend as checkers are out on group number 6 for the Historic Festival 43 here at the beautiful Lime Rock Park. Gorgeous day. Little cloud cover. And the rest of the weekend, the weather's supposed to be terrific. So the Lime Rock Concourse will be offering a special line of beautiful and historic cars across several groups, vying for the Best of Show award. Feel free to dress your Sunday best or wander around the park and garner the finest examples of automobiles and motorcycles also in the Northeast. Giorgetto Gugliero will be honored throughout the concourse as well. So part of the Sunday in the Park festivities here at Lime Rock that have been going on all year. So look forward to seeing everyone where race motors are not allowed to run on Sundays, as most know here at the park, but they will be roaring tomorrow, rest of the day today, tomorrow as well, and on Monday. So join us throughout this great weekend here at Lime Rock. Coming up next will be group number 7. Group number 7, which are the big bore cars, air-cooled Porsches, etc. a full field of earth shakers as far as the Corvettes go, and the Camaros and the Mustangs that are in this. Did not see, there was a Plymouth Barracuda, the 48 of Brian Garcia. Did not see that car turn a lap this morning. I could be mistaken. Hopefully he's out there. There's 3 Jaguar XKEs in this. The 3 will be Mitch Tucci in his 65 Corvette. Chuck Lamp will be in the 68 Corvette. The 8 car is Dario Calavero in his 64 Corvette. The 12, Daniel Lepitz of Vancouver, British Columbia, 68 Corvette. 69 Corvette, car number 13, will be piloted by Glenn Avery. The 13 is Victor Corda, and he'll be in a Ford Mustang, 66 Mustang. Daniel Lipitz is in the 14, 68 Chevy Corvette. 16, Chris Masante, 73 Porsche 911. 18 is Jim Hamblin and his 68 Porsche 911. Masante's is a 73 Porsche. 21 is George Ladyman, 70 Chevy Corvette. 22, Martin Hanchai, 74 Datsun 280Z. Cliff Ryan from Watford in England. It was a 23 car. He's in a 64 Ford Mustang. Welcome back to Lime Rock, Tom Cotter. He's in the 33 64 Corvette this weekend. 35 is John Munch, and he's in the 72 Porsche 911. James Glass is in the 37 Chevy Camaro. Martin Hosick is in a 78 Corvette. Mike Piera is in the 44, which is a Porsche 911 RS. 46 is Brian Cantel, 69 Chevy Corvette. Hopefully we'll see the 50 of Joseph Fagola in a 69 Chevy Corvette on course. Brian Garcia, we mentioned him in the 48 Barracuda that is on the entry list. Hopefully he'll make it out on the circuit as well. And then we have the 3 Jaguar XKEs, 61 of Jack Bush, 62 of John Old and Art Hebert in the 63 car, a 267 Jaguar XKEs and a 62 Jaguar, and that's in the 62 car. Christopher Turner, 74 Porsche 911, he's in the 70 car. The 71 is Mike Jack Bellis, and that is a 77 Porsche 911S. Randall Green's in the 72, 72 Datsun 240Z. The 77, Greg Mendel, a 1965 Ford Mustang. 85 is Jim Scott, 73 Porsche 911. 88 will be Jack Clapp on the 70 Datsun 240Z. 91 of Richard Bello, 84 Porsche 911. Joseph Riolo, 72 Datsun 240Z. The 137 will be Kevin Farnham, 67 Pontiac Firebird, and the 153 Porsche 911, 1969. Kyle Burton in the 199, 6 Ford Mustang. Jeffrey 249 is the number. 69 Porsche 911. Joseph Viola's in the 262, which is a 72 Datsun 240Z. Is in the 310. 73 Porsche 911. Kristen Taylor's in the 388. Which is a 1980 Porsche 911. David Lee's in the number 500. 73 Porsche 911. 521, Delbert R.A. Another Porsche 911. This car number 521. 573 is John Coster. 78 Porsche 911. Ben Wallace. In the 666s, 1981 81 Porsche 911 Alan Levy's in the 740. 86 Porsche 944. And the last two are 771 of Hans Werner. Hans Warner in a 1970 Porsche 911, and Ted Jonas is in an 808 78 Porsche 911 Richard Field for qualifying for group number 7. This is the big bore cars as well as the air-cooled Porsches. And their qualifying session is underway. Group number 7. So currently it's the 91 Porsche 911, 1984 Porsche 911 Carrara of Richard Bello, who is quickest in the session. Richard of Wethersfield, Connecticut. 61 of Jack Bush's second quick. That's one of the Jaguar XKEs. Second quick, and then it's the 18 of Jim Hamblin, which is a 68 Porsche 911. Those are your top 3 thus far. Bello, the only one under a minute at 59.801 seconds. As times continue to tumble, we've got 3 wide going into the Chevrolet bridge area, heading through Big Bend. Again, this is qualifying for group number 7. So this 3-car Jaguar team, Donovan Motorsports, 61, 62, and 63 cars are based in Lenox, Mass. And always well turned out race cars there. To the top of the charts is Jim Hamblin in the 18 in his 68 Porsche 911. Then it's the 16 of Chris Masante, his 73 Porsche 911. So we've got Porsches first, second, third. And then we've got the 78 Corvette of Mark Hosick, 67 Jaguar of Jack Bush being the top 5 at this time. Top 3 are under 1 minute. 59.071 by Hamblin being the quickest thus far in qualifying for group number 7. So Hamblin continues to be the quickest, and in the 18, the 16, and the 91 being your top 3 quickest in the session. As we are a little bit after 5 p.m. here at Lime Rock. The Midway is open all weekend. Just want to remind everyone of that. Midway is open all weekend in the infield. Of course, we have a variety of vendors ranging from food vendors and racing simulators, racing memorabilia, etc. Make sure you get there, whether that's today or throughout the weekend. Again, the next 3 days are supposed to be terrific weather-wise. And what a better way to spend Labor Day weekend than right here at Lime Rock Park. 39 of Martin Hosek goes to the top. So with the checkers coming out, Hosek and his 78 Chevrolet Corvette. That's that bright yellow one. Hosek, a 58675, so he nips the 18 of Hamblin. As checkered flag displayed to the field here at start finish to bring a conclusion to the qualifying here for group number 7. The 39 of Hosek, the 18 of Hamblin, the 16 of Asante, the 91 of Richard Bello, and the 808 of Todd Jonas being your top 5 in qualifying for group number 7. Coming up next will be group number 8 as checkers waved here at the start-finish line. Many of the cars working their final laps. And we understand that the 6 car, which is Chuck Lamp, and that 68 Chevy Camaro, ex-Mark Donahue piloted car has pulled off course. And Lime Rock Safety is headed his way. Session is over though. Checkers are out. And we have Corvette fastest, then followed by 4 Porsches. Corvette, Porsche, 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 Jag, Porsche, Porsche, Porsche. Porsche being your top 10. So set up for a heck of a race tomorrow. 2 races for each class tomorrow. Coming up next will be group number 8, which is the Toyo Tire Historic World Challenge cars. That's group number 8 for their qualifying session. you know. Number 1 is Chip Herr. So on course, this is group number 8. Group 8, the Toyo Tire Historical Challenge cars. Chip Herr, one of the real stalwarts of the World Challenge Series, now the SRO World Challenge. And Group Herr's in the 2007 Audi A4, number 1. Raymond Zizza is the number 4 car, 1990 Corvette. Peter A.J. Tonelli's in the 7 car, that's a 93 Toyota Supra. Christian Bergens of Alexandria, Virginia, 87 BMW M3. He's in the 10. The 12 car is Ralph Stecco, and that's a 1990 Lotus X180R. Stephen Early is in the 18. It's an 88 BMW M3. Luis Serva is in the 19 car, 2001 BMW M3. 23 is Hugh Stewart, 2003 BMW M3. Greg Kaufman's in a orange Ford Mustang. 1994, Travis Wishay is in the 30 car, which is a 2017 Volkswagen GTI. Griffin Gamesick is in the 44 car, 99 BMW M3. Brian Goodman's in the 48, which is a 2004 BMW M3. Michael Statch is in the 49. That's a 2000 Porsche 911 GT3R. Stephen Blethen is in the 50, which is a 2004 Mazda RX-8. And Raymond Blethen Brothers, he's in another 2004 Mazda RX-8. The 56 is David Oliveira in a 2010 BMW Mini Cooper. 85 is Josh Brown, 84 Volkswagen GTI. Peter Tonelli is in the 88 car, which is a 2003 Dodge Viper. The 89 is Ron Cheka, 89 BMW M3. David Nagler is in the 101, which is a 92 Lotus X180R. Steve Katz is in the 113, a 2005 Porsche GT3 Cup. Jason Benaz in the 171, a 2006 Mazda RX-8. 222 is Van Svensson in a 2005 Porsche 996 Cup car, and rounding out the field, the 540 is Keenan McGregor in the 91 BMW 325i. That's your field for qualifying for group number 9, and currently early in the session is the 113 of Steve Katz with a 56.889. He's fastest, followed by Hugh Stewart in the 23, and then Peter Tonelli in the 88. Three quickest cars thus far early in the session. Steve Katz in the 113, the 2005 Porsche GT3 Cup cars, 56,889. His best time, and just a smidgen behind is Hugh Stewart with 56,918, which he just turned on his last lap. That's a 2003 BMW M3. Is Hugh Stewart. Peter Tonelli in the 88 with a 57,813, and his Viper. Those being your top three thus far. Just want to remind everyone that on-track action tomorrow starts at 9 a.m. with race 1 of Group 1 Mid-Century GT sports cars under 2 liter. Gates open here at Lime Rock tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. 7 a.m. for the gate opening. Get here early, get your favorite spot picked out, or do what many do, is roam around the facility. Again, the outfield, Craig Robertson and I were speaking here about the outfield over there at the driver's left before the Chevrolet Bridge is an awesome spot. Of course, the infield hill is, you're in the middle of action there. And you get where the where the uphill is, and where the new uphill chicane, so to speak, was added a few years back, and the new reconstruction on that makes it so much better than it used to be. But regardless of that, there's good viewing there. There's like a berm overseeing that part of the racetrack, and it's awesome. And over at West Bend, of course, there's reconstruction over in that area on the outside of it. As you come up through the uphill, the short chute down there to West Bend. And even in B Paddock, go over by the oak tree, the big oak tree area, the downhill, and the speed and the ability of some of these cars through the downhill is really on display in B Paddock. Driver's right at the downhill is pretty cool as well. I believe it's still available. It's by the drive-over bridge on the outside of the circuit. There's a spot there that's impressive as all get out, where you've got a tails away view of cars heading down through the downhill, making the right-hand turn at the downhill, and it's spectacular as well. So there's a lot of places around the circuit here where you can get to easily and get yourself to enjoy different spots and angles of the cars and things of that nature, plus just the ability to go through the paddock and get an up-close look as well here on this weekend. Historic 43 here at Lime Rock. 113 of Steve Katz continues to be quickest at 56,889 in his 2005 Porsche GT3 Cup. Hugh Stewart now second quick in his BMW, the 023. Then it's Michael Statch in the 49 in his Porsche, followed by the 88 of Peter Tonelli in the Viper, and Brian Goodman in his BMW. Those being your top 5 as we roll on here in qualifying of group number 8. Top driver now is Michael Statch, as he turns a 56,883 in his Porsche 911 GT3. So Statch, a 56,863 to a 56,889 for Steve Katz in his Porsche. Then it's Hugh Stewart in his BMW, the 023, followed by the 48 of Brian Goodman and the 88 of Peter Tonelli. Chip Herr, Van Svensson, Jason Berkeley being the top 8 as we roll on in qualifying the group number 8 of today's practice this morning, and then qualifying this afternoon. Getting ready for tomorrow, which is a big, big day here at Lime Rock. There'll be autograph sessions with David Hobbs as well as Rob Dyson, Rob being the Grand Marshal of the event, special guest being David Hobbs. Gordon Kirby's supposed to be here, as well as Judy Stropus. They did a Lime Rock 60 book, and which I've not seen yet. Craig, have you seen that yet? Is it out? Maybe it's still. I'm sorry, folks. I do not have the info on that, but I know Judy and Gordon are both involved in that. So you'll be able to have a chat and run into those folks, as well as there'll be an autograph session midday, I believe. As soon as we get that information, we will pass it along. Checkers are out on group number 8. Michael Statch in the 49 Porsche 911 GT3R. Quickest at a 56,883. That's getting with the program here at Lime Rock. And the Lime Rock 60 book, as I'm corrected, by the legend himself. Greg Rick sends me a text, says the book came out, I'm only 8 years behind the times here, in 2017, so apologies, many apologies. And Gordon Kirby has a new book on Formula Atlantic that is that'll be out, or out soon, so to speak. Regardless, we are complete with group number 8, and coming up next will be the 9th and final group of the day. This will be group number 9, which is the GT Sports Cars, over 2 liter in sports racing cars. Kirby's new book has come out about the Formula Atlantic series. A lot of great competitors over the years racing in Atlantic. One of them still competing in the NASCAR Cup Series, and A.J. Allmendinger, who raced here in the Barber Dodge Pro Series years back. A.J. who won the Barber Dodge Championship in 2002. Has won 3 races in the Cup Series over the years, and multiple wins in the Xfinity Series, of course, but that former Atlantic champion, as well as several others that competed in that wonderful championship over the years. And Kirby's book is out. Hopefully we'll see Gordon here tomorrow. Coming up next, Group 9 qualifying. Group number 9, the final on-track activity of the day. Group number 9, the 3 cars, Brian Bagnall of Long Meadow, Mass. 83 Porsche 944. Laurent Fumix is in the 4 car. 68 Janetta. A 65 Janetta, car number 11, will be piloted by Harvey Park. The 17 is Joseph Bork. Joseph Borch is in the 17 car. That's a Mazda Miata 1993. 23 car, Mark Gregory is in a 1990 Mazda Miata. The 25 will be Michael Rowan in a 61 Aston Martin DB4. Mark Colarzulli in a Datsun 240Z. The 27 is Alejandro Alcero and a 63 MGB. 32 to David Porter, 65 Lotus 23B. Porter was one of the quick cars this morning. 37 is Dave Hagen. Hagen in a 67 Porsche 910. 38 is Edward Zemek of Schenectady, New York. 1990 Mazda Miata. 39 is Martin Hosek. It's 57 Devlin Special. Hosek was quick earlier today. Stephen Milton's in the 40. A 91 Mazda Miata. The 42 is Kurt Uzbey and a 62 Lotus 23. The 43 is Jim Riley and a Jensen Healy. The 50 is Michael Amarillo in the 50, and Amarillo in a 65 Porsche 911. He also has an 89 Mazda Spec Miata, but I believe he's in the Porsche. Patrick Daly's in the 53, a 92 Mazda Miata. 61 is Mitchell Idle in the Chevron B16. 63 is Randall Green, a 1999 Mazda Miata. The 77 is Randall Smalley, a 63 Aston Martin DB4. Thomas Grudovich is in a 66 Janetta. Tyler Hagen in the 99, which is a 72 Porsche 914-6. Scott McQueen is in car 106, which is the 57 Austin Healey 100. Charles Borden's in the 123, a 1959 Filson Falcon Sport Racer. 126 is John Cook, and John is in the 1991 Miata. 136 is Richard Brown, 1969 Marcos. That is a Volvo 2-liter Volvo power plant in that one. Eileen Wenzel's in the 202, which is a 66 Austin Healey. Another Austin Healey, 1959. Austin Healey is 282 for James Codeve. Rich Monument Jr. is in the 347, a 56 Austin Healey 100. And Mark Hamilton Peters from Sharon, Connecticut's in the 740, and that's a 65 Elva Mark 7. S BMW, your field 4, race group number 9. Final race group of the day. And this session will run about 15 minutes, I believe, as we are bumped up against the 6 p.m. curfew of engines running here at Lime Rock Park. So on track is group number 9. Of 9 that have been on course here throughout the day. A full day of practice and qualifying. Tomorrow and Monday will be races, 2 races for each group. So that 123 of Charles Borden, I mentioned it's a 59 Filson Falcon. Reminded that the Filson engine is an inline six-cylinder from a 1960s era Ford Falcon. Remember that one? Craig, what is your experience with the Ford Falcon?
Oh, I ice raced one. I ice raced one. Raced 3 or 4 races with it. It was a really good car. We happened to hit a bad patch of ice on one of the lakes, and it wasn't that it was falling through, but it deep holes, so you'd end up making damage to suspension, broke the A-frame. But I won with it at Lake George.
Wise words from Craig Robertson about the Ford Falcon of yesteryear. Anyway, that's what the Filson is, and that came from Greg Rickson. There's a conflict not here this weekend. Martin Hosek is in the 39. Hosek in the Devlin Special wide body. It's that blue and orange car, number 39. Thomas Grudevich is second quick, and then it's Harvey Park, followed by Mark Hamilton, Peters, and Kurt Uzbey, being the top 5 thus far. So Hosek, a 101.675, just turned that on his second lap in anger, so to speak. Dave Hagen in that 37, 1967 Porsche 910, white with the green trim. That's a good-looking sports car. That is a good-looking car. As well as so many of the others that are here. There's a unique one on pit road, the 39 of Hosek. And Hosek, a little drive-through pit road, looking for a gap. He's now dropped to third as Mark Hamilton Peters in his Elva has turned to 57.972, so he's quickest now. Craig Chima, the 62 Lotus Super 7, now second quick at a 101.140. So seems like MHP has turned up the wick a bit. Hosek now 101.675. He just went back out onto the racetrack. Then it's a 94, Grudevich and Park in the 11. So Mark Hamilton Peters continues to be quickest with the 57.496. He's backed it off, did a 105.9 last time by. Craig Chima in the 05 in his Lotus Super 7 is second quick. And then Laurent Fumex, Martin Hosek just went to third. So his Devlin Special wide body has jumped up one more spot. And then Thomas Grudovich being the top five. Again, want to remind everyone that tomorrow gates open here at Lime Rock Park at 7 a.m. And on-track activity starts at 9 a.m. and runs right through the day with 2 races for each race group, but plenty of activity here at the park, at Lime Rock Park here. And been a great day here. Had a few incidents, but running on schedule at this point of the day, and that's a good thing for everyone. So time running down here on the session. As checkers out around the session, Hosek jumps up his last lap of 59.997, and he's up to second, but not enough to catch the 740 Elva of Mark Hamilton Peters, who earlier in the session did a 57.496. So checkers are out on our final on-track session of the day. Final cars rolling down the Sam Posey Straight underneath the Chevrolet Bridge. In front of those still up on the hill at the left-hander, making their way down the Paul Newman Straight to the uphill. And then the short squirt, so to speak, down to West Bend and down the hill into the downhill, where it takes full commitment to pretty much any car that you are driving here at Lime Rock Park, racing here at Lime Rock Park. And then down the straight, we'll get down the Sam Posey straightaway here, the new pit in, which was completed for the beginning of the season, and this being the final on-track session. Checkers out on the field. Quickest, Mark Hamilton Peters in the 740 is Elva, 57.496. Second quick, Martin Hosek in the Devlin Special Wide Body. That's a 39 car, 59.997. Craig Chima in his Lotus Super 7 was third quickest. Laurent Humex in his Janetta, and Thomas Grudovich being the top 5. So that'll wrap things up here at Lime Rock Park. Thank you for being part of day number 1 of this year's historic Festival 43. Have a safe trip home. Look forward to seeing you back here bright and early tomorrow morning, where again, gates open at 7 a.m. and on-track activity running from 9 a.m. through 6 p.m. as per the norm here on race days at Lime Rock Park. We've got on-track activity, we've got the midway, we've got autograph sessions, more personalities than you can imagine, so to speak. So we look forward to seeing you then. Everyone have a good night, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thanks for attending, everyone. Stay safe.